Okay. It's time to continue. Episode 4, A Turnabout Forsaken. Oh my goodness. I really gotta stop starving myself to death whenever I do long playthroughs. And actually take breaks when the breaks are warranted. Hey, Pyro. Alright. My focus is now better. Hopefully.
April 6th, Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, Chamber.
Oh, there is Excelsius on the desk. Silence in the courtroom, please. Miss Von Karma, if you'll be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom, and no auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. Ugh. That is bad news indeed. Then, you have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict.
Ha! Such a terrible shame. But I suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. It's certainly not what I expect from a first-rate criminal mind.
No, there's just not enough to work with here. I can't carry us any further on my own.
Yes, it really is a tragedy. But such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over to the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who poured their hearts out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then, when it came to their sentencing, I recommended life in prison every time. For every single one. Oh, if only you could see them. The stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces.
The verdict will now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word as law.
There's nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both...
If only we had some proof! I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances.
The end of the road, huh?
By the power vested in me, Excelsius winner, this court hereby indicts you for your crimes.
What?
What?
Huh? What on earth got into you, Verity?
I submit for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident, namely the IS-7 incident, a murder that took place 18 years ago.
But what does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late last night visited this chamber. That was too...
Precisely. I came here to retrieve these documents, though sadly it would seem that I arrived too early to catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I had come to retrieve files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me. That was a ruse to buy myself more time.
So she was on our side the whole time.
What the heck are you doing, Gabriel? You can't just accuse my dad. Without proper grounds, it's deformation.
An excellent observation, Eustace.
Huh? It is?
And of course, I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated.
Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie Frost's body went missing.
My papa! Fabricating information! What is the meaning of this? Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. Von Karma, and deliberately withheld that information in order to bring him down a few pegs.
What?
This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes or to challenge their power, and they're known to go to extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, he even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident.
What? She was responsible for the fake report?
Wait, you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice.
He?
The person in question was the chief prosecutor at the time.
The chief prosecutor 18 years ago? No.
The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career. Excelsior's winner, it was you.
Objection!
What are you all talking about? My dad would never do something like that.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on this matter is not needed here. Well, Chairman Winner, do you have anything to say for yourself?
Oh, that nonsense with the body, that was Manfred's doing. Such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report. Hilda, how could you? I can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
We could just ask her why she did it. She is standing right over there, after all.
Oh, wait, Grandma can't. She's out. Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have been found out about what you did. They said he was going to charge you if you didn't help him out with their plan. If I didn't help him with their plan. They said he would... I just had to do what the auctioneer said.
So, you were coerced into it, were you, Nurse Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winner.
I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help was the auctioneer. And they were definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman, but I never saw their face.
Well, there must be something. Any detail, no matter how small, will do.
Oh wait, the mask didn't cover their whole face. And the part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure.
A tattoo?
Objection!
This all sounds very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I know there was one, wouldn't you? Which means I can't be the ringleader, no matter how much you might want me to be. I really hope you can figure out who this shameless manipulator might be.
Overruled.
Your contempt for this courtroom is an insult to the goddess.
Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here?
I am not the only one who's been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer had been trying too. And I refuse to let her sacrifice be in vain.
Young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye.
You barely knew the victim. Why, I do believe that is a new statement. The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record.
So that's how this is going to go, hmm? You mean to hound me until I finally break? Well, if that's the way you want to play it, fine. I'll destroy you all. Every last one of you.
Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to work with you on this one. I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let's make the most of this opportunity.
Of course, Your Honor. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Now, Chairman Winner, you will tell this court everything you will know about Miss Ringer.
Bring it, bitch. Everything I know about Miss Ringer.
Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions. At least, none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. And I have absolutely no idea why she was after me.
So you don't mean to accept your part in any of this?
Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of winners. That's very kind of you, Eustace, but you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me. Alright, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth. I know you will. Yes, you really are such a sweet, simple child.
He really loves his dad, huh? But that's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes. No matter how much he respects him. Regardless of their station in life, all criminals will be made to atone for their sins in time.
This won't be easy on Mr. Winner, but it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this.
Let me look at the evidence. So, do we have any evidence that they are related other than the whole chairman committee thing? Other than just colleagues? Keycard record, victim's letter. Miss Hart's statement. Yeah, we really don't have any evidence other than... Okay, so we have this. Yeah, the Tangaroa case.
As a member of the committee, you must have at least been familiar with her face.
Sure, but that's about all. I saw her every once in a while.
Hold it!
So you're saying that you barely knew the victim at all?
That's exactly what I'm saying, my boy, yes. I never even knew that about that burn mark on her hand.
You didn't.
I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone, but before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others. They're here on the one day and gone the next.
Yes, because they dare to stand up to you and you make them disappear. If you could please remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner.
I didn't know about the burn mark on her hand. Actually, let me press that first before I present anything.
You sure you didn't know about the burn mark?
You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand and who doesn't.
But this wasn't just any old scar. I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact.
Perhaps under normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer did always wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself.
The victim's hands were always covered by a pair of gloves.
It makes sense, of course. People can be very self-conscious about such things. I can only sympathize, but being something of a sensitive soul myself.
I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony.
Yep. I knew it.
I suppose she was always wearing gloves. Perhaps it was to hide that burn. But she wasn't wearing gloves, though. But she wasn't wearing gloves when she died, though. It's either I present this or I present this. She was always wearing gloves to hide the burn. Let me press that first.
So you remember her always wearing gloves?
I mean, it was something of a trademark of hers, yes. Who knew it was to hide a burn mark? I always imagined it was a fashion statement. Does her little friend there have something to hide under all those bandages, I wonder? Who, me? I know, I don't have anything to hide. You don't? Not even the stony visage of a cold-blooded murderer?
Objection!
If anyone here is hiding such a thing, it's you! And I'll expose your true face if it's the last thing I do!
Oh, you never fail to entertain, my boy. Go ahead and do your worst.
So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. That reminds me of something. I should look over the evidence again. Yeah. She was always wearing gloves. So it's either this or this, because she wasn't wearing gloves upon her death. Maybe just look at the recording. You can't hide that burn from me. I'm gonna save yourself. She was always wearing gloves. Perhaps it was to hide that burn. I either present the autopsy report or I present something else. Or it's either one of these two. I think I'll present this. No, okay, I think I present the horn. No, no, okay. Yeah, no. No, it was one or the other. She was always wearing gloves, perhaps to hide that burn. Yeah, I was supposed to present the other one. It was either the autopsy report or the recording, so yeah. So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. If she did, that raises a rather important question, and that highlights quite a contradiction.
A contradiction, you say? Really?
If we listen again to the conversation that was captured by the stuffed cow, you'll soon see what I mean.
I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that bird from me. Nothing to say for yourself. I've waited for so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge.
We can be reasonably certain that what we just heard is the moment the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assume that those were the words of the killer.
And where's the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me.
I'm afraid not, Chairman Winter. For you see, if the victim was always wearing gloves as you testified, then the burn mark on her hand should not have been visible to her killer.
Objection!
You speak as if gloves can be easily removed. She could have taken them off during the auction. But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her while she was being murdered too. What are you saying, my dear? You do know how much trouble you're in, don't you? I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now. Now it's time for you to pay the piper, Winner, you dang devil. I see. So you're both looking to disappear too. Oh shit, oh, my beard is on fire. That can be arranged too.
Not this time, Excelsius Winner. The only person disappearing will be you.
Objection!
Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that. Who cares if the burn was covered up? What does that even matter?
Objection!
Oh, it matters. Because it turns our understanding of the burn mark on its head.
What do you mean? What can the fact that the victim's burn mark was covered up could possibly tell us?
There were no burn marks at all. The victim didn't have a burn mark. What can the fact the victim's burn mark was covered up possibly tell us? There were no burn marks at all. The victim didn't have a burn mark. What? No, the victim has a burn mark. The murderer had a burn mark too? There were no burn marks at all. What? What are these statements? Okay. I already know the victim has a burn mark, so that's just out of the question. Oh wait, no, it's this one, yeah. What can the fact that the burn was covered up possibly tell us? That the victim didn't have the burn mark? No? Oh, I totally misinterpreted that. Nice stab. Okay, no. If the murderer was unable to see the victim's burn mark, what did the speaker see? What does that tell us? Oh, there were no burn marks at all. No? No? Oh, what? So wait, hold on. Okay, what the fuck? The murderer was unable to see the victim's burn mark. What, the murderer also has a burn mark? What is... The murderer had a burn mark too? Okay, I'm confused by this line of questioning. Think about it like this, Mr. Winter. The victim was wearing gloves, therefore the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording? Somebody who, wasn't the victim? Okay. Precisely, which can only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. I'll put it in another way. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn mark from me. That burn from me. Those words were not spoken by the murderer, but by the victim. No way!
Objection!
Okay, so he has a burn mark too? That seems kind of a leap in my opinion.
Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a sec? Look, Miles, it's nice to see you having fun with your little flights of fancy, but let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now? Really? Where? Your little theory will either take flight or die depending on your answer here, I'm afraid.
She's not messing around. I have to figure out where that burn mark was and fast.
I wonder where it could have been. Of all the auction people, we're in disguises, right?
Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow. So wait, it's the other way around. Wait, so what's the proof that it was the other way around then? Because that's what I'm struggling to understand. Because I'm like, what? The murderer had the burn mark? And also has a burn mark? Okay. So, yeah, again, it's really hard to tell if it's the victim telling the murderer, asking the murderer, or telling the murderer that, because the voices are disguised by the modulator, so we don't actually know who's saying what. So that's what was confused. That's what's throwing me in for the loop, because like, how do we know that was actually the other way around? Because we don't know their voices, because they're wearing the bloody masks that have voice modulators. So I'm like, what the fuck? Because I thought the inquiry was going to be like, you know the victim had a burn mark this whole time despite them wearing gloves, because you were involved in some incident way before then, and I thought I was going to go to that line of inquiry, but apparently we go to the line of inquiry that the murderer has the burn mark, has a burn mark too, which makes the whole lot confusing. So yes.
Well, shall we? Enlighten us, why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence.
There was one that said something about a tattoo. It could be that one. Push the building. Where's the evidence of the murderer's burn mark? I assume there's some evidence. Hallway mass. We heard. What, the plushie? That's not like the only thing you can think of. Okay, where was the murderer's burn mark? Wait, it's... Hold on, let me re... Whoops. Whoops, no. No. What, on the hat? Well, no, because I don't think, no, because Winters wasn't wearing any gloves, so it can't be on his hand. Oh wait, no, tattoo.
Take that!
Yeah, there it is. I was trying to find the evidence. Here's my evidence. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner.
Oh, and what exactly is that supposed to tell us?
Objection!
A suit, white gloves, and a mask. The disguise should have covered almost all of your skin. But according to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. And not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. But was it a tattoo, or did it simply mistake a burn mark for one? Did she mistake a burn mark for one?
A burn mark? On the face?
Objection!
Sorry to interrupt while you're so clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy, but I regret to inform you, none of the committee members has such a burn. Myself included, of course. But Dad, Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish on your own time later.
So, wait, Eustace knows something. Well, you may be annoyed most of the time, Mr. Winner, but on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good an indicator of the truth as I could have hoped for, and it gives me a much needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine, namely, who that one unexplained item belongs to.
What's the matter with Mr. Winner?
I think he might be in shock. After all, he's usually the last to figure things out, but in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer.
He's sad because he knows the truth? So, it's better not to know the truth at all?
No, Kay. It's what we came here for. It doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once, right when I needed to hear it the most. And now it's time for me to repay the favor and show you the truth of your innocence.
I want to know too, the truth of what really happened. So please, Mr. Edgeworth, would you show me?
I very much intend to.
Oh, you don't know when to give up, do you? Where is this burn, then? Perhaps you could point it out to me. But you can't you? Can you? Because it's nowhere to be found. Just like your evidence that I'm the killer. Hunt for contradictions all you like. You won't find any. Because he's my dad. A winner through and through.
Objection!
I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live.
Dad? What do I do? I just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, you can try thinking on your own for once in your life, you useless nitwit. And I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to school you wanted me to go to. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give these to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy. I graduated at the top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could.
Objection!
You really are just a simpering simpleton, aren't you? Those tests you ace, I had the school give you perfect scores on all of them. Those debate and speech competitions you won, the judges were all friends of mine. If you were never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all. You're no son of mine, even you must see that. Oh, gone, my own son. They all leave in the end. I mean, boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Even when he was lying, he was failing, and he did it all for me. Then he should have tried harder.
You're a disgrace. You don't deserve to be a father, and you certainly don't deserve to be the chairman of this committee.
Even I feel sorry for the boy now. Poor Mr. Winner. Explain yourself, Chairman Winner. Just what do you think your son is to treat him in such a way?
An utterly useless pawn sounds about right. But you're one to talk verity. You try to worm your way into my trust by using Eustace too.
I cannot deny it. However, I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than anybody. That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet you would call him useless. How could you?
Objection!
Oh, because he is verity, my girl. He is utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him.
Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment unto Excelsius Winner.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. If the ringleader had a visible burn mark on their face that night, then it would follow that the chairman winner is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That will be key to solving this case at last.
Now then, your answer, please. Which piece of evidence will help us to reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face? The wig. If I can fucking find it.
Take that!
There we go.
Recalling this needless testimony, if you will, there was one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig, the one that wasn't used.
I seem to remember it being wavy. What are you talking about?
Nurse Needler apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap places with the victim.
And what does it have to do with the burn mark?
When she found were two wigs. One was intended to make her look more like the victim, but what was the other one for?
I don't suppose it was meant to be a sped.
It doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to see the truth. Compare Chairman Winner's current appearance to that of the ringleader as it was described to us.
Stop it! Stop staring at me!
One very prominent difference presents itself. His face, or rather, what's around it.
You mean it wasn't a wig after all?
Indeed, not a wig intended to go on the top of the head in any case. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius Winner?
This? Why, this is my own dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise.
Objection!
We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth, and how he desperately tried to cover for you, even in the light of his realization. Yet you still feared that he might expose you. So rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winner. I insist that you remove your beard this instant!
Oh, there it is. Oh my god, he burnt all of his hair off and the wig. There it is, the burn mark. Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks.
No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you.
Excelsius, winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty.
Gotcha, bitch. Fuck you.
April 6, 9:44 a.m. Committee for the Prosecutorial Excellence.
Chamber. He's angst disgruntled uncle. Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. That was very kind of you.
There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor. No. As a friend. It was the least I could do.
Mr. Edgeworth, rejoice. I have learned that Chairman Winner has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for the missing auction hammer continues. However, we are talking about Chairman Winner here, so it's highly likely that it has already been destroyed. In addition, there is one other matter I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan.
What? How could that be?
He claims that he and Miss Needler found this letter on Miss Ringer's person, and that they found a second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seemed to ones of correspondence. So we led to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other.
That's quite the conclusion to jump to.
As he read the letters, that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So he decided to place the victims in a very conspicuous place, namely, in her left chest pocket.
It sounds to me like he was trying to make excuses for himself.
Yes, I certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. And under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. And with that, one of the duties with which I have been entrusted with is complete at last.
Judge Gravel, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more there, isn't there?
Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions as a freelance journalist. But before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was disappeared. All Miss Ringer was left were the memories and personal effects of her lover, and so seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first.
I see. So that's the story behind this case.
While the goddess does not condone actions of wanton vengeance, Mr. Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last.
So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Excelsius Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee.
Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner? I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do we have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh, I really feel bad for him. Well, don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. And no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Trust me.
A father's influence isn't easily erased, but in time he could hopefully try and change his ways.
You're right. You've got to be. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Are you okay, Kay? How's that head feeling? I'm fine. Thank you? I'm sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you, and instead I let them accuse of you. Ouch! Dang right, we ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. The mind's where it all begins. You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like, with a little more time, maybe I'll be able to remember some more? Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Leguard in a bit.
Oh, the warden. The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney?
It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but as she is no longer with us, we are still in the process of finding a replacement.
Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Leguard?
And of course, until we find Eustace, there's nobody to act for the prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave. Wait, please! What about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities have been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now. But...
Don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making.
And I assume you do not mean to change your mind.
Of course not. I chose the path of truth, and I chose it willingly.
With Chairman Winner out of the picture, justice is in the hands of righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, I would be more than happy to facilitate such a decision.
It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore.
I see. It seems we are destined to continue on different paths, then.
Well, I trust you to keep my badge safe until they converge again.
With all I have. In the meantime, I have here a token of the goddess's mercy. You may return this notebook to its rightful owner.
Kay's promised notebook.
It seems it was due to being sold in the auction, and with the name Kay written on its cover, Chairman Winner made the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. It was the same name as the one in the letters, after all.
The letters he claimed to know nothing about. I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them.
Yes. He also had something else to say. Apparently he thought that Miss Faraday was after her notebook, and that Miss Ringer was after his life. And their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auction together.
Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had known a defense attorney who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her.
Your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become a part of the Chairman's Winner's cover-up scheme, it is also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's, which is why I would like for her to have it back, as I am sure with the goddess.
Thank you.
I pray that it helps to her recover her lost memories. Is everything alright?
Judge Gravel wanted me to return something important to you.
Is that... Always greet people with a smile, even if people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Daddy, I wrote them all down, Daddy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up just like you. Oh wait, I forgot to write one down. The most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I remember just now how you said it, and I'll never forget it. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's right. I have to try. I'm Kay Faraday. The great thief will do anything to get her hands on the truth. Second Yatagarasu and assistant to Mr. Edgeworth.
Kay, is that really you?
Can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back. And I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything.
Oh, thank goodness. You suddenly seem to be back.
Kay, so this is the real you, huh? Welcome back. It's so good to know you're better. I can sleep easy now. Now that you found it, don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady, you hear? Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for looking after me. And if you really are better, how about you get out of them dang hospital duds? Oh yeah, washed all your clothes for you, here.
I thought they were with Detective Gumshoe.
He handed them over to us after they came back from forensics.
And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note?
I didn't ask? Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay. I wanted to see.
Wait, what about our bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them.
Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump to the head, but she wasn't really hurt otherwise.
But then, why are the bandages in the first place?
Prevention is better than cure. A stitch in time saves 9. Those are just a few of my mottos.
Both of which sound like painfully annoying practices for your patients.
Okay, Kay, transformation time.
Wait, she's gonna change in front of everybody here? You're not gonna... Oh, okay, that was fast.
Yeah. Now this is what I'm talking about. Feels like a stolen glove. That smile suits you better too. As it always did. Thanks to you, Mr. Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that you're back to your old self too. Speaking of Gummy, where is he? Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry when a certain someone threw away his badge.
Detective Gumshoe.
Anyway, I have to be going, and I'll be taking those two with me. Wait, what's going to happen to them?
Well, they did play a part in fabricating autopsy reports, which is, illegal.
Acting as an accomplice in murder and forging an autopsy report 18 years ago. Their crimes can't be allowed to go unpunished. But the fact that Excess's winner coerced them into cooperating will, of course, be taken into account. Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and me are together, we'll be alright. Take care, Kay Faraday, until we meet again.
So, Kay, I know you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask you some questions.
Sure, ask away.
What happened the day you lost your memory? What were you doing?
Let's see, somebody asked me to meet them at Gourd Lake, but I didn't know who it was. So there I was, just looking up at the moon when somebody in a red raincoat started walking towards me. They must have drugged me somehow, because that's when I fell unconscious.
What? I'm not sure I follow. Kay was at Gourd Lake looking up at the moon?
Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze and stumbling around up there when I saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backward. And then I was falling and everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. The person in the red raincoat. Who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Thinking about it makes my head hurt.
Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root of your confusion is... I imagine things are all mixed up in your mind because you were at Gourd Lake 1 minute and then at the top of the big building in the next. And because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended your memories of the two together.
Huh? But those two are totally different places. I know I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily.
I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to be confused. I can't point to the moon, so probably the tree? Actually, what else is like Gold Lake? Oh, the stand! Yeah. Oh, the stand. Yeah, the stand.
Take that!
The stand. There are two key similarities between the scene by Gold Lake and here on top of the big building. Cherry blossoms and food stands.
Wait, you're right.
Those similarities are what cause your memories to both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair. They were walking towards you from across the park. But in your blurry memories, that same sight played out over the viewing platform instead.
No way. Who steals a great thief's memories, huh? That's just cheating.
Even still, this doesn't answer the question of who attacked here in the park. Was it the person in the red raincoat she saw? Do you hear that?
It sounds like it's coming from the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. Well, hooey, I smell another scoop in the offing.
You're still here?
April 6, 9:53 a.m. 51st floor. Storeroom.
It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edgeworth.
No, this transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
It's still going.
But I'm no good at technology.
Come on, you have to pick it up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth.
Carrie, if you would refrain from answering strange calls for me.
Mr. Edgeworth, I presume.
I know that voice. Shelly the Killer!
Congratulations on another case solved.
Oh, this is the same transceiver that was, in the second case. Not the second case, in the second game of Phoenix Wright, during the Matt Engar trial. Yeah, this is the same one that Jelly the Killer used.
Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I cannot truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work, orchestrating the entire incident.
How do you even know about this case?
That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we?
I have indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how are we to explain the piece of evidence that proves so damning to Kay's case?
No way, an evil mastermind? But who?
Oh, indeed. Perhaps you could share your thoughts. What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement?
The Red Raincoat?
Or perhaps the IS-7 incident. No, let me double check.
No.
Let me just double check everything first.
Take that!
This right here proves that somebody else was behind all this.
Sorry, I don't get it.
Sadly, neither do I.
Ah, that wasn't it. There was one clearly suspicious piece of evidence. What was it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is the,
Oh, the letter.
Take that!
The letter oh yeah, because it says revenge for 12 years ago, even though we don't know what the fuck... Yeah, we don't really know what that's about. The letter K supposedly wrote to the victim.
Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that.
So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know.
And how do we know it wasn't you?
Now why would I do a thing like that, I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you've had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So how will it all end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest.
He even knows about my badge? Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now I bid you farewell.
What the heck did he mean by the case hasn't been fully resolved? And why is he so interested in us anyway? Everything's just one giant ball of mysteries.
It seems we've only scratched the surface of this case, but even without my badge, I'm going to carry on doing what I can. However this ends, one thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth. Okay, wow. Well, I didn't realize the latter section was this short, so I guess I'll just move on straight to the final case of the game. So I guess I'll save over. I'll save her for Tournament Legacies. Tournament for the Ages. Episode 5, Tournament for the Ages. What in the hell? Oh. Godzilla, is that you?
April 6th, 10:02 a.m. Big building. Plaza. So what's next for the great Miles Edgeworth, huh? Wait, you are serious about not being a prosecutor no more, ain't ya?
Yes, I am. No longer a prosecutor. It's hard to believe, and yet...
I can't stop thinking about what Mr. Killer said.
Huh, me neither.
Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you?
This isn't over. We still don't know who the mysterious figure in a red raincoat at Gold Lake was, or who really wrote that letter. We've been dancing to somebody else's tune this whole time, but whose?
Still can't let it go, huh? You're like a dog with a dang bone, both of y'all are. Well, I got me some reporting to do, so I'll catch y'all some other time, I guess. Wow, you have a new story to chase already? You trying to patronize me, girlie? You bet I got new stories. More than you can shake a stick at. A good reporter always has 3 or 4 legs bumbling away in the old scoop pot.
Somebody, please!
Whoa, what now? Please, you have to help me.
Huh? Do I know her? Yes, you fucking do. She was in the first game, the first Phoenix Wright game in the Global Studios case. What's the matter? Has something happened?
There's a body. It looks almost like a monster might have been.
A monster?
Well, I'll be. Anybody else smell the sweet, sweet smell of scoop or soup? Old scoop soup? This way, hurry.
That running animation, she was running like hell. She was running like crazy.
Yeah, what's happened now?
What indeed? I suppose there's only one way to find out.
April 6th, 10:05 a.m. Big building, empty lot. Huh? These look like... Yeah, footprints. This right here is the here's photo gold.
Footprints? But how big would a creature have to leave prints like that?
Mr. Edgeworth, look!
Oh, it's the president. Political assassination. Shilong Lang. What's he doing here?
Wait, the guy on the floor, that's...
No. The president, no! Di Junhuang, the president of Zhongfa! Agent Lang!
Mr. Prosecutor, how'd you get here so quick?
What's going on here?
You don't think that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out myself?
We can't blame him for being on edge, I suppose. The leader of his country is dead. Speaking of which... how the hell is he still muscular? Didn't he like suck in his gut really well to look like he's muscular? Shouldn't he be like all portly and shit? He was doing that like in the first case of this game. The body is lying in one of those footprints. What on earth happened to him?
Monster!
Monster?
What the hell y'all want me to say, huh? Them rights there, them monster prints, mister. That big old, bad old Taurosaurus. Taurosaurus done stomped right through here. I ain't never been so sure or nothing.
What? And I suppose you mean you are sure?
This right here is a scoop to scoop up all the other scoops and bury them 10 feet deep. Man trampled by a giant monster. They'll lead with that in every paper from here on to Honolulu.
Ridiculous. There's no such thing as monsters. Wait.
The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Di Junhuang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhongfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis.
You're the assassin we've been looking for?
In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang.
Did he finally manage to...
You! Did you discover the body?
Yes? That is...
What are you doing, Agent Lang?
Lang Zi says... begin at the beginning with the first person to arrive at the scene. Well, did you really just discover the body?
Yes. Yes. Hey, go easy on her. Can't you see she's scared?
I don't think he's in the mood to go easy on anybody.
Pah! Nobody's getting it easy today. Do you have any idea who that is lying dead over there? That's President Wang, the leader of Zhongfa.
Hold it!
Please, Agent Lang. You don't seem your usual self. In more ways than one, in fact. When we first met, you had more underlings than I could count, and you were known for your unrivaled arrest rate and your cool head under pressure. Now, the underlings are gone, and you've forgotten the fundamentals of police work. What happened?
What did you just say?
Should you be looking over the scene instead of choosing the first person you run into? Or is it me who's forgotten the fundamentals?
I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. I was just about to get started.
Good. That seems to have calmed him down a little.
We should take a look around too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, I think we should. At least until the police arrive. I'm not strictly supposed to conduct investigations anymore.
Don't nobody need to do no looking around. I done told you who did this. It was Taurosaurus. Oh, my name ain't Lotta Hard. Wait. Now, who did this? What did it? Yeah, that.
Are you quite finished? We have an investigation to be getting on with. Step aside, please.
You can't hold around me no more, mister. You step out of my dang way. That's more ways more like it. Y'all mess with this scoop of mine and they'll be heck to pay and then some. Excuse me.
Huh? The woman who found the body. Where do I know her from?
You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me?
Oh, yes, of course. We met on, that case.
No way, you two know each other?
Yeah, I mean, I know they did.
because she was in the first Phoenix Wright game, and Edgeworth was the prosecutor for that case. Yes, as a matter of fact we do. From somewhere. I don't know, it was like 3 games ago. That shit was like 3 to 4 games ago, man.
Great to meet you. I'm Keith Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Wow, I never know you had your own adorable little assistant. I'm Penny Nichols. I work over at Global Studios. I'm in charge of props. It's nice to meet you.
Ah, of course. One of my old cases involved a murder on a set of a Steel Samurai movie. She was a member of the crew and provided some key evidence. Our paths must have crossed several times while it was all going on. And yet, I completely forgot her. It's good to see you again. So if you're here, I guess that means...
That's right. We're here on location filming for Global Studios. It's kind of a big feature to tell you the truth. I was first in today and wanted to make an early start. But then I noticed something was wrong. The footprints and the body. Ugh.
We'll take a closer look at the body in just a moment. In the meantime, can I ask you to notify the police?
Yes, of course. Right away.
I'll need to speak to her at length a little later. But first, let's go over the scene. There's plenty to look at besides the body. I need to examine everything in detail. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume.
What? That's a costume? You sure the creature that made these huge footprints didn't just trigger something?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. This thing in front of the trailer, it looks like a monster costume. A costume!
Oops.
This looks like equipment used by the lighting department.
Oh wait, I just remembered there was something I wanted to ask you. Could you maybe light me up when I'm doing my next robbery? Have me look super cool?
You want me to shine a light on you while you're committing a crime?
You bet I do. What's so weird about that? What's the point of me doing my great thieving in the dark? The folks in the cheap seats won't be able to see a thing.
Wait, you're imagining you'll be committing this robbery in front of an audience?
Hey, these are those plastic sheets you can put down when you're having a picnic.
They're plastic sheets, that much is true. But I don't think that's what they're used for.
Want me to explain, Mr. Edgeworth? Those are waterproof sheets. We use them to protect the cameras when it's up on the crane. If it starts raining while we're shooting, we can just cover up and keep going. I see, so they must be pretty big, right? Oh yeah, you have to be able to cover the whole rig. Wouldn't be much point in using them otherwise. The weather was pretty patchy yesterday, so we wound up using them quite a bit.
I see, good evidence. Miss Nichols, where does this exit lead?
That? Oh, onto the grounds of the big building.
It's not the case with direct ties to that same building. The building with the hidden 51st floor used to store the lots of illicit auctions. I guess it wouldn't be much of a surprise if it didn't turn out to be hiding yet more secrets. Huh, look at this chain padlock.
Oh, look at that. Somebody cut the chain. They did? I'm sure it was still intact when I left yesterday.
I'd say it's possible that this is where the killer entered from.
Eek!
What's the matter now?
Look at that huge dent. How did that get there?
You're right, that is a big dent. It would have taken a sizable object to make it, and a heavy one too.
That wasn't like that yesterday either.
It wasn't. I guess that means the dent must have been made last night at some point.
It really is him, huh?
It certainly appears to be. The same man we only met a few days ago.
So this time, the president really did get assassinated.
If that's what happened, the assassin certainly chose an attention-grabbing method. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Like this big old horn.
Huh?
What's this white thing here? Wait, it's a bone! Does that mean 2 murders?
It looks more like a horn than bone to me. What's this yellow stain on him? No obvious wounds, but he's definitely not breathing.
So it really was a monster.
Trampled by a giant creature? Huh, impossible.
Huh? There's something stuck to the front of his clothes there.
Yes, speckles of a yellow substance.
I bet it's monster drool. Yeah, that must be it.
Please, Kay. Can you at least try to be sensible? We'll need forensics to tell us what it might be. Alright, that looks to be pretty much everything the body can tell us for now. I better note it all down.
I'm sorry I got a little upset before.
You were working here alone?
That's right. I came before everybody else so I could get everything ready. But as soon as I walked through the gate, I saw the footprints. Monster prints first thing in the morning. That must have been a real shock. It was. They weren't there when I left yesterday evening, I'm sure of it.
So the footprints must have appeared late last night.
At first glance, I thought maybe they were part of the set. But then I got closer and saw that somebody was lying in the middle of one of them.
You didn't notice until you were right up close?
Yeah, my eyesight just seems to be getting worse and worse lately. I think I need new glasses. I didn't notice it was a body until I was running by it, which is why I was so shocked and ran away.
That must be when we bumped into her. So you're shooting a movie? It wouldn't happen to be a Steel Samurai movie, would it?
Nope.
Oh.
You seem pretty disappointed about that.
This one's a creature feature. You know, the Taurosaurus movies, right?
I'm afraid not.
You'll have to forgive Mr. Edgeworth. He only cares about the Steel Samurai.
That's not...
Hey, that's alright. Not everyone's a fan. But they soon will be. He's back after 12 years of silence. The big bad bull himself, Taurosaurus. It's the first Taurosaurus movie in a long time, so the crew's super excited about it. And parts of the set here are at the big building. So we've been shooting on location.
That explains what we saw yesterday.
What's happening here? What's going on in the building? Stay calm. Can't talk to me, kid.
Cut! I'm so sorry. We're shooting a movie. Could you,
That must be what they were filming.
So does Taurosaurus smash the big building into pieces in the movie? I bet he does, right? Hehe, wouldn't you like to know? But you'll just have to wait to find out in the theater. Here, you can have this if you like.
Oh, thank you.
Poster.
An epic rivalry is born. Taurosaurus versus Gordy. Gordy, huh?
That's right, it's not just Taurosaurus on his own this time round. He has an arch nemesis. You know Gordy, right? The monster from Gourd Lake? Oh yeah, wasn't everybody talking about that a couple of years back? The mysterious creature in the lake. It showed up in that one couple's photo.
Not only were people talking about it, it played a major part in one of my cases. The very case I was framed for fucking murder. Not a name I'm too wild about hearing again. And nobody outside of the court seemed to know that it was fucking Larry's fault and it was actually a thing.
The director is fascinated by the story, which is how Gordy wound up in the movie.
A little behind the times, but better late than never, I suppose.
Just wait till you see the two legends tearing into each other on the big screen.
This reminds me of something I've seen already. I think we need to learn a little more about the security situation here on the set. Mr. Coles, is the set kept locked overnight?
Yeah, we use one of these. A combination lock, huh? So anybody who knows the code can get in and out.
And what was the lock in place when you arrived this morning?
Oh wait, I think I misread it.
And was the lock in place when you arrived this morning? Okay.
Yep, everything was locked up tight when I got here.
Who knows the combination?
Oh, the producer, the director, the crew, the actors, basically everybody who's working on the movie.
So any member of the cast or crew could have opened the lock and entered.
Yeah.
This could be one of Torosaurus's horns, couldn't it?
You're right, it totally could. Maybe it's part of a prop from the movie?
If it is, it must be from something pretty big, judging by the size.
What's it doing on the ground here?
We should ask one of the crew. Maybe they'll know. This horn, do you recognize it?
Huh? Oh, that's part of one of the Torosaurus horns. It's from a model we use for promotional stuff. Where did you find it?
On the ground near the side entrance.
That's weird. You get a replica of Torosaurus' head up on the roof of the trailer over there.
And it's quite large, I assume?
Oh yeah. Well, not as big as the real thing, obviously, but it's still pretty big. It's just up there. See it?
Oh yeah, that's pretty big. Oh, and there's the broken part.
Right there.
That really is big.
There's a bunch of really cool stuff around here, huh? I guess there is. It's all for making the movie. The costumes, the equipment, everything. Treasures aplenty. I'm in heaven right here. Right here.
Some of this equipment could be related to the murder too. I better look at it all over carefully.
What's this big metal stick thing? Is it for climbing trees or something?
No, it's a camera crane. It's used for filming from an elevated viewpoint. There's no camera currently attached, but it would usually be positioned at the top there.
Gotcha. Sounds perfect for casing a place before a burglary. Mind if I go ask somebody about borrowing it?
And how do you propose to transport that if the answer is yes?
Easy. You take the bottom part, and I'll take the top.
So I'm helping now.
And if we go on one little step at a time, we'll be back at your place before we know it.
And we're walking it back to my house!
Okay, I think we just deduce things now. Okay, I think... somebody wasn't a part of the team broke in.
The combination lock on the gate leading to the plaza was intact when Miss Nichols arrived, but the lock on the gate leading out to the side of the building had been cut. What does this tell us?
Hehe, easy. That the killer used the side gate.
Precisely, and it tells us something else important too. Namely that our culprit didn't know the number for the combination lock.
You're right. It would have been way easier to come in that way if they did. But instead they chose the classic thieves route. The lesser-known side entrance. This is no run-of-the-mill criminal, Mr. Edgeworth. We need to keep our wits about us.
I'm not sure we should be excited by that fact, Kay. Anyway, we know that everybody working on the movie knew the combination, which makes it likely that our culprit wasn't a member of the cast or crew.
Found and devised the body, the head's usually kept up on the roof and the trailer, and that's where it was supposed to be. Okay. Yeah. He's guessing the head crashed into the fence.
Both the dent in the fence and the broken horn weren't there yesterday, according to our witness, which leads me to wonder.
Wait, you think that giant Torosaurus head could have...
I do. I think it could have well rolled off the trailer roof and landed in the lot below. It seems more than possible, and it also means... that's how Mr. President is dead. There's no sign of a murder weapon anywhere.
Oh yeah, there isn't.
Now, this is still only a possibility, but if the Torosaurus head somehow fell from the roof up there...
Yeah, that could kill somebody for sure.
Mr. Coles, would you mind if we took a look up on the roof of the trailer?
You want to go up there? Sure, I don't see why not. Knock yourselves out. Oh, but don't do that literally. The steps can be kind of slippy.
Actually, would you mind coming up there with us?
Oh, sure. After you.
So this is the mighty Torosaurus.
Huh? He looks different from before. Here, he's way cooler on the flyer. What's with the weird nose ring on this model? Oh, I forgot. You two aren't Torosaurus fans. This is the original Torosaurus design from 12 years back. Huh? So, what's the one on the flyer? That's the all-new Torosaurus. They gave him a makeover specifically for the movie. He looks so much more contemporary now, don't you think? A makeover? He's totally different! This one's... it's just...
a cow.
Well, he's just a cow. Or at least he was originally based on the cow. He's a monstrosity. Monstrosity? Yeah, the cow. Man's best friend, reimagined as a terrifying monster. So that makes you think about the whole relationship with nature, right? That was the original concept. I think the concept might be a little lost on me.
Me too, I'm afraid. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
The model was made for promotional events, stuff like that. So people would remember the old Torosaurus and realize this was a reboot. Yeah, he does look different. People might not get it otherwise.
And just as we thought, his horn is broken.
So, the model really is what killed the president?
I think it's a distinct possibility, but there's one thing I don't quite understand.
What's that?
Mr. Coles, the model looks very heavy. How do you move it around?
Oh, it comes apart. If you know the trick, it's not so hard. But I guess if you didn't, you might struggle to figure it out.
If you happen to not be a member of the cast or crew, for example. Once it's in pieces, could one person move it?
Oh yeah, even I could. Maybe not very fast, but I could.
I'm sure I remember that face from somewhere.
Hey, Mr. Edgewood. I know this cow.
Funny, I was just thinking the exact same thing. We know it from the president's plane, of course. And from the auction. So President Wong's plushie
was a soft toy version of the original Torosaurus.
Can this really just be a coincidence? These look like cans of paint thinner. I guess they were being used by the prop department.
Look at the ground around them, Edgewood. It's all burned.
Indeed. As is the blue sheet underneath, and the nearby newspaper, and the outside of the cans.
Wait, do you think Torosaurus' head can breathe fire? Nah, this old guy doesn't look like the fire-breathing type.
That's not even possible, let alone likely. Still, the fire was started somehow.
There's a heater here. Do you think it's to keep the crew warm or something?
I would imagine so. It's spring now, but evenings can still be pretty chilly. It really gets in your bones.
Ah, come on, Mr. Edgewood. You can't start talking like an old fogey. You already look like one. You have to talk young and bright and happy.
You may not have noticed, Kay, but that's not exactly my style. It's a wooden table, sadly collapsed. Parts of it are badly scorched.
That's weird. The head should be on that table. But the legs are broken. Guess Torosaurus isn't going back on there for now.
The scorch marks look particularly bad where the legs snapped off. I think there might have been a fire up here.
Do you think that's what happened to the legs?
Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed. And the head
would have fallen down the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed. And I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I'll make sure somebody moves them.
but the stove didn't get used yesterday. Not while I was here anyway.
Which makes the question of what could have started the fire all the more interesting. Oops. That's not the, oops.
Yeah, I think I could probably throw that little baby over my shoulder and carry it out of here.
You're not thinking of stealing it, are you, okay?
No! I was thinking I could just carry it around with me. Then every time you could shout objection, I could light you up with it and make you look super cool. Yeah, I can picture it now. You look amazing. Well, do I get the job? When do I start?
Hopefully never.
Is that everything? I think that is everything. Okay, no, oh, we already got everything. Did we get everything here? Okay, we did. I must scrub the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Alright.
The body's surrounded by pieces of smashed up
Surrounded by pieces of smashed up concrete.
Yes, they look to have been thrown clear when the ground was broken.
Phew! Sent flying by the mighty impact of the giant creature's foot.
Sure, assuming this was the work of a giant creature.
Just look at the shape. I know a hoof when I see one. There's also one thing that can possibly be the footprint of an enormous, terrifying beast. And it's not just the one, there are 3!
But you know that's impossible, don't you? You know that monsters aren't real.
Sure, I probably don't know that somewhere deep... I probably know that somewhere deep down, but it's way more fun to believe that they are.
Our job is to pursue the truth, Kay, not to believe what feels the most fun in the moment.
What could have smashed up the place? So, Mr. Prosecutor, we meet again.
Yes, we saw you at the detention center the other day too. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang.
You could say that. Nothing that need to concern you though. Oh, you got to go now? Alright, see you, Snap. Huh, yeah, you really have a bad habit of showing up in the wrong place in the wrong time. You're a bad penny, a bad omen, and a bad smell all rolled into one. Just stay out of my way, okay? I've got a president to avenge.
You were already at the scene when we got here. Why? What were you doing in that area?
What am I, a suspect?
You might be.
Look, I heard a scream and came running, okay? Guess I was our friend from the crew. Came in from that gate over there. Somebody already got rid of the lock for me.
Not completely. You can still see it on the floor there. Perhaps I should take a closer look.
When I got here, I saw a movie girl running out of the other gate.
In other words, you arrived right around the same time we did. So we had business here at the big building.
Something like that. A date with destiny, let's call it.
He was similarly enigmatic when we saw him at the detention center.
Let me guess, you're a huge Creature Feature fan, so you came to see the filming... you came to see them filming the Taurosaurus movie?
Creature Features? What do you think I am?
Not the type of person who thinks a creature might have done this, I hope. I'm sorry about the President. You have my deepest condolences.
Thanks. He was a great man. Zheng Fao will be lost without him.
You and he were close, correct?
It all started when he hired my father. That was our big break. My family kept him safe. That was our most important duty and our most sacred. He gave my father medal after medal. He had to come up with a few new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. Gah! Never thought we'd be unsealing that will so soon. Wow, it sounds like your family and the president were super close. But wait, when that whole thing happened back at the lake, you weren't with the president then, right?
Look, a lot happened, okay? This is all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, my family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit.
I wonder what happened 12 years ago.
But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhengfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. Damn it. What was the security detail thinking?
I imagine you already contacted the embassy.
Of course I have. And the government. And my family. They'll be going crazy right now thinking about what needs to happen with that will. And things will be getting crazy here soon too. Those bodyguards will be all over the place. If you're not a fan of trouble, I'll leave before they get here. Look, Mr. Prosecutor, these days, I'm a one-man outfit, a lone wolf. They won't be letting me lead this investigation, but I still got fangs, and I still can bite back. I'll find whoever did this, and won't let you or anybody else get in my way. Alright, I'm done here. I found out what I need to know for now.
And what might that be, I wonder? Huh?
Oh, it's the kid. Move, old man. What did you just say to me? You need to learn some manners, kid. He's got a milk carton. No, you need to learn when you're in the way. Quit whining and get out of here. What the?
I'm so sorry about him. Sean, apologize to the nice man.
Shh.
Come on, Sean. You know you can't speak to people like that.
Whatever. Who the heck was he?
A policeman, that's who. Why would you antagonize him like that? Heh, I thought there was going to be trouble for a second there.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody stand up to injured along like that.
Oh, let me introduce you all. Everybody, this is Sean Fenn. He's the star of the movie we're making.
The star? This little boy.
Hi there, I'm Kay Faraday. It's great to meet you. Sean, this is Miles Edgeworth. He's a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
That's right, and a pretty famous one at that.
If he's a prosecutor, where's his badge?
Urgh! He certainly doesn't pull any punches.
You, might not want to get too close, Sean.
She's right. It's no sight for a child. But he's involved in all this nonetheless. I'll need to speak with him. It was Sean, wasn't it? Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
Are you really a prosecutor? You just look like an old guy to me.
I am. Old guy. Charmed, I'm sure.
Badge first, then we talk.
I don't have my badge right now.
And I expect people to believe you're a prosecutor.
Nah.
Ooh, he's not the friendliest, huh? You want me to try talking to him?
Why not? I doubt it can hurt. I was never good with children.
So, you're an actor, right, Sean?
Yeah, so what?
That's amazing, you're so cool.
It's not that big of a deal.
Huh. Kay's approach seems to be having an effect.
So, those horns of yours.
Yeah? What about them?
Oh, those? The makeup department made them. The character he plays a special psychic link with Taurosaurus. And the horns allow him to communicate with his giant friend. Isn't that right, Sean?
Just shut up, will you? And they don't need to know all that stuff.
Sorry.
Well, the power dynamic here seems pretty obvious.
So that's kind of amazing, huh? The lead character in the movie?
While you're still in elementary school? That's crazy. Oh. Sean's actually 13. He just looks a little younger. What? But look at him. He's so little and cute. And the backpack, I just thought. The backpack's part of his costume. He's playing a role, remember? Yeah, I guess he is, huh? But he's kinda small, you have to admit. Oh, we try not to talk about that too much in front of him. I said stop telling people stuff they don't need to know. I'm sorry.
So it's all part of the role, except the carton of milk, maybe.
So he's a middle schooler. The dead guy. That's the president, right?
Yeah, you knew him?
Hello. I met him once.
He's meeting with presidents now?
Heh, guy was a real piece of work.
Hey, you can't say that. That's not nice. What was so bad about him anyway? Huh? Don't want to talk about it? Fine, I guess. Oh, President Wong was working with us on the movie.
Working with you? How exactly?
He had a part. Just a cameo, nothing big. He came to look around on the set one time. That would have been when Sean met him.
Why put the president in your movie?
We heard he was a huge fan of the original Taurosaurus, so the studio offered him a little role. They figured it would be a good PR.
Last thing I need is the amateurs on my set.
I told you before, Sean. You can't talk about people like that.
And I told you to shut your mouth.
I mean, I wouldn't call the president an amateur. I mean, have you seen how well he was able to suck in his gut and be able to bring out a very deep voice to make him look tough? I'd say he's a pretty good actor. I guess he's not too thrilled about the idea of performing alongside non-professionals.
Oh, yeah.
What's this? Oh, wait. From yesterday?
A photograph?
Yeah, I just got them printed. You can keep it if you want.
Wow, that's such a great picture. And you brought it especially for me? That's so kind. Thank you.
No, I just happen to have a spare. That's all.
I hope you don't mind asking, but can we take a look too?
Oh, sure. Here.
So it was taken yesterday. No footprints and certainly no body.
What is it now? Can't you see how I'm busy? Girl needs the room to work, you know?
Why are you so obsessed with the idea that this was a monster attack? Monsters don't exist. Surely even you know that.
Why'd you? You don't know what the heck you're talking about. Taurosaurus is real, dang it. I know that for a fact.
For a fact, And how's that possible exactly?
Because I done seen him. What? You saw Taurosaurus? Where? How? Heck yeah, I seen him. The big bad bull himself. Right there in front of me. I was up on the 51 over at that there big building just yesterday, right?
Gathering materials for your store in the underground auction. Yes, remember.
Well, hey, you just Mr. Memory Man. That's right, I done seen him right when I took that photo.
The person
in the red raincoat. Miss Ringer, right? Yup. You don't see that blind there right next to the little Miss Raincoat? Well, guess who was on the other side at that very moment? That's right, Taurosaurus. There's nothing there. Well, I can't really capture everything. I was just a little too far away, that's all. But I seen it right, boy, I did. Taurosaurus' big old eyes staring right at me, peeking right at the window.
A window-peeking monster?
Anyhow, I don't got time to be shouting the breeze with y'all. I got snaps to snap, reporters to report. Quit bugging me with ya. Go on, get.
That entire story was ridiculous.
You didn't believe a word she said, did you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Is that not obvious? Alright, I think that just about wraps up our preliminary investigations.
So he was killed by...
Yes, by a falling Torosaurus head. At least that seems to be the most likely explanation for now.
It came right down on top of him, huh?
Huh?
Well, they took their time, but here they are. Police, bodyguards, the whole gang. Mr. President! It's a little late for that, don't you think?
Horses, who did this?
Whoever it was made a big mistake. But I promise you this. They'll pay. I'm on their trail already.
What? What do you mean?
Our president may have been murdered, but that doesn't mean that extraterritoriality applies. The local police have jurisdiction. Luckily, I know the right people to talk to. And I just got myself a second to the case. Lowly one-man outfit or not, I'll be working this one.
Sounds like you already have an idea of where you'd like to focus your inquiries.
More than that, I've already caught the scent of my prey. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the viewing platform at the top of the big building.
Thoughts?
It's pointed at the elevator that leads onto the roof, so it records anybody who goes up there. And in this particular case, it recorded the president and his murderer, clear as day.
Gavel. What was Judge Gavel doing there?
He's saying he suspects her of the murder?
Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment unto Excelsius winner.
But murder goes against everything she believes in. Agent Lang, perhaps you could explain your thinking on the matter a little further.
I heard a little rumor while I was over at the big building. It was about you, Edgeworth. You're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? Which means you don't have jurisdiction here. But you want to cross-examine me while I explain my thinking? Why would I agree to that?
Curses!
Hey, don't be like that. You were the one who was just talking about being a lonely one-man outfit.
You know what? Maybe it should be you explaining your thinking to me. How come even though you're not a prosecutor, you're still sticking your nose in this case?
It's a valid question. Why am I still here? Perhaps I can clarify that with a question of my own, Agent Lang. Why are you so desperate to catch the person who murdered President Wong? Because above all else, you're an investigator, correct? I'm desperate to catch a certain somebody myself. A person who orchestrated a murder at the big building yesterday. A person who put Kay's freedom in jeopardy. Who put her in grave danger. That person is out there somewhere right now, lurking in the shadows, laughing. And until I uncover the truth and make that person pay, it doesn't matter if I'm a prosecutor anymore. I'll keep fighting. Find the truth, and don't give up until you do. That's a rule I live by.
You may have the look of a smart guy, but you're a fool just like the rest of us.
A fool? How dare you?
That was just what I needed to hear. Fine, you're in. I lost my missing yins and you've lost your fancy title. But it seems neither of us is prepared to give up on this investigation. Now, seeing as we're both so stubborn, how about we go head to head and thrash out the details?
I'd be honored.
But be warned, I won't be going easy on you. I have an assassin to catch, and not even you are gonna get in the way of that.
Of course, I would expect no less.
Let me show you the truth I tore from this case with my bare fangs.
Why I suspect Gavel.
Alright, so this judge friend of yours met the president up on the roof.
4:04. Okay, 4:04, 11:05 p.m.
And then she pushed him, and he landed right here. This is all happened the night before the last. The people have been cleared from the viewing platform, so it was just the two of them up there. And that pretty much sums it up, no doubt about it. She killed the president.
They were there completely alone. No bodyguards.
None, I checked. The security detail had no idea he even went up there. He must have gone in secret. Maybe it was a conversation they didn't want anybody to hear.
But what kind of conversation? How were the two of them even connected?
Seems the president spoke to the owner of the building ahead of time. He had him set aside the viewing platform just for the two of them. And it was the president asking. Guess the guy wasn't about to refuse.
So the last person to see the president alive really could have been...
Yup, Gavel. Did you say her name was? Her!
His argument certainly isn't completely without merit, but I notice at least one glaring hole in his reasoning. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack.
Alright, let me look up the evidence. Okay.
Hold it!
The night before the last? How can you be sure of that?
If you're not sure, take another look. Take as many as you need. This picture is from the camera up on the viewing platform, like I said. And the camera doesn't lie. That's from 2 nights ago.
Objection!
There are a picture of them both entering the rooftop area, but nothing from after that point, I assume.
No, there's only one camera, and it's pointed at the elevator. You can't see the viewing platform itself. Still, this is where the murder happened, I'm sure of it.
If the president really was killed 2 nights ago, and his body would have been here in the lot this whole time.
Take a little moment there, Mr. Prosecutor. We'll save it. I'm not done explaining, not even close.
Hold it!
It's entirely possible for somebody else was up there, surely.
Yeah, what about the cotton candy stand?
Go back!
The owner of the building received a request from the president himself to clear the area. He knew there'd be serious trouble if he messed up, so he went to work as quickly as he could. He cleared everybody out, and I mean everybody, including your stupid cotton candy seller.
Stupid? That's mean.
Still, it wasn't enough. If it had been, the president wouldn't been lying there now.
There we go.
Shi Long, former star agent of Interpol. How the mighty have fallen.
What?
Take a look at this picture. It's a behind-the-scenes shot of some of the cast and crew.
Look at those smiles. Well, maybe not Sean's, but you know what I mean.
And it was taken only yesterday.
What?
If Dr. Vale really did kill President Wong the night before the last, the body would have been clearly visible in the background of this picture.
What?
Perhaps he should have taken a little more time to speak with those involved. After all, thorough witness interviews form the basis of any good investigation, as you should know.
Ha! I don't think I've ever seen you so happy, Mr. Edgeworth. You really do love backing your opponent into a corner, huh? Puh, fine, you got me. I must say it's been a while. I almost missed it.
Perhaps if you try to stay a little calmer while conducting your investigations in the future.
Huh, don't push your luck, Edgeworth. Lao Tzu says, the righteous anger of a wolf lasts 100 years. I won't be coming down anytime soon, not until we caught the president's killer.
I want the same thing, we all do. Nonetheless, the body appeared last night. You have to accept that now. And there's one other thing you need to accept. The president didn't die from a fall.
That's right, he was crushed by the falling head of the giant monster.
The incident occurred here on the movie set, not at the top of the big building.
Says you, but that's just your theory. I'm not about to give my own because of it.
But it literally can't have happened the night before the last. We just proved that with this picture.
Did you? What if? What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building the night before the last? And then came down here to the movie set to hide, and hid the body somewhere.
Here? But where?
There are all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you can hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night, in other words, and take it out again. We just need to check the law for trace evidence, and we'll soon find where she put it.
There won't be any need for that.
What?
This piece of evidence proves that Judge Gavel can't have hidden the body.
Take that!
She can't have entered the place. Both entrances to this lot were locked, and we already know that the chain on the side gate was cut only last night.
Duh!
Judge Gavel had no way of getting in here to hide the body the night before the last.
Ugh. But the murder has to have happened 2 nights ago.
Why are you so set on believing that?
Because, if you remember, that picture was a printout from a video, and there was more. Why, I still suspect Gavel. There's footage from a few dozen minutes after your friend went up on the roof with the president. It shows her heading back to the elevator, alone. You know what there's no footage of? The president himself leaving that roof. There's no other way he could have gotten down from the top of the building that high. Unless he was pushed by Gavel.
You say the president was never observed returning from the viewing platform?
Yeah, the camera was pointing at the elevator the whole time. If anybody else had come up or down, it would have been on that tape. In other words, the presence of that camera ensured that nobody could have left unnoticed.
Huh, I see. That's not good news for Judge Gavel.
Vanishing from a rooftop hundreds of feet in the air? Yeah, that's a tricky one, alright.
Indeed. Even the Articarasu can't actually fly.
Well, not yet anyhow. Just need a little more practice.
Please don't tell me you think you can learn.
Hold it!
A few dozen minutes. That's awfully vague.
The exact length of time doesn't matter. Not anymore anyway. What matters is what she did after that.
And what was that exactly? Perhaps you care to elaborate?
Huh, I mean to, believe me.
Hold it!
So she was alone when she was back down in the elevator. You're sure of that?
I'm certain. Like I said, there's footage from a little while after they went up to the roof. Footage of Gavel recorded by the camera that points at the elevator door. And she was getting back to the elevator. Just her. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Huh. It seems almost certain that Judge Gavel did indeed get back to the elevator alone. I doubt he'd be so sure of himself otherwise.
God, it's so weird, right? Like, completely alone? Not even our pal, the Goddess of Justice, was there?
I doubt the presence of an invisible entity would have swung things either way.
What? No fair! Poor Goddess of Justice. Maybe like I should light a candle to her and say a prayer.
If we could return to the matter at hand, Agent Lang, you don't think there's any possibility that the president could have taken the elevator at some later point?
No, I considered it, but...
Hold it!
And just to be thorough, the camera has no blind spots, and it was functioning normally.
Are you trying to say I'll overlook stuff like that? What do you think I am?
Forgive me. As I said, I was just being thorough. I was just being thorough. It's simply my way.
Whatever. The footage was clean, okay?
There's no doubt about it. The president came up on that elevator, and he never went back down.
Understood. While I may question your testimony, I'll refrain from questioning your methods any further.
Do what you want. They're both rock solid.
Objection!
Yeah. He went through the hatch. The secret hatch. Actually, there was another way.
Apart from the elevator? What do you mean? You're not about to tell me he flew?
He didn't need to. It was much simpler than that. Assuming the president knew what we know, of course. Namely, that the big building has a hidden 51st floor.
What?
That's right, a hidden floor. With a hidden entrance on the rooftop. He left that way, he wouldn't even needed to ride the elevator.
Not so fast!
What? But you said it was hidden, right? That was a secret? How would the president even know about it?
An interesting question, and one I don't have the answer to just yet. For now, it's just a theory.
So what are we talking about exactly? What is this hidden floor of yours? Sounds like a kind of place your little ninja friend would happily spend time in.
No, I hate it there. Don't make me go back.
Unfortunately, Kay's memories of it are far from happy. There's a little secret storeroom up there where they kept lots for an underground auction. The whole sordid scheme was uncovered just yesterday.
An underground auction? What the heck are you trying to say? That the President Wong was involved somehow?
I don't have any proof, but I certainly think it's a possibility.
Yeah, based on what we've seen of him, he totally seems the type.
Ooh! Yeah! He'd never do that. Not the President. Illegal underground auctions? No. He'd have nothing to do with it. Nothing.
What's gotten into him?
I hope you two are feeling lucky. Because when people start saying stuff like that, I start biting. Eek!
Huh. She ran away.
You know nothing. Neither of you. You have no idea how much people love him, how well respected he is.
Is that really true? I guess we know what lurks behind that seemingly respectable public face, but the people of Zhengfar clearly don't. I wonder if I should tell him the truth about his beloved president. No, what good would it do? It would only upset him more. Forgive me, Agent Lang. I didn't mean to upset you. We spoke out of turn. Both of us. I can only apologize.
Apology accepted. And reciprocated. I'm sorry I got carried away.
It's alright, Kay. You can come out now.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's not you I'm upset with. It's the animal who killed the president.
Well, ain't you just a fine figure of a man? All patriotic and such. Gotta tip your hat to that sort of thing.
What are you talking about?
Well, I got news for you. Good news for you, Mr. Patriot. Real good news.
What?
Ain't no way in heck your pal, the president, mosey on downstairs via 51.
Really?
I was hunkered down in that there storeroom the whole dang time. I feel like oranges.
Of course. She would have already snuck in by that point.
Thanks. It's very useful to know. Well, Mr. Prosecutor.
Huh. What?
Guess my theory still stands, which means I'm not budging an inch. Nobody saw the president after he met Cavell 2 nights ago. That's a fact.
But it's also a fact that the body appeared only last night. How could the president have fallen from the roof 2 nights ago and only been found today? It seems a little slow as it falls go, wouldn't you say?
Sure. There are questions I still need answering. I'll give you that.
Then I guess there's one thing we can both agree on.
Oh yeah? What's that?
The question of exactly what happened here yesterday will require further investigation.
Yeah, I guess we all know for sure is that the body and the footprints appeared during the night.
Agent Lang, we'd like to hand off the body to the coroner if you don't mind. Fine. He's all yours. Just take care of him, okay? Oh, one last thing. What? We found footprints near the body. I mean, footprints in the footprints, if you will. Little ones in the, big one.
Human footprints in the monster print. Interesting.
And what kind of prints? Sir? They were child's footprints, about the size of your average elementary school kid. What?
Huh? Elementary school? No, it couldn't be.
What now? Miss Nichols?
I didn't mean to butt in, sorry.
Was there something you wanted to say? What's she so scared of?
There's something I have to tell you. You'll probably think it was pretty awful of me, but
I'm sure it's nothing you need to be quite so nervous about. Well, what is it?
last night I came here.
What? You mean you came back to the set? Why?
Well, I just wanted to. I was worried about him, so I came back to check. Check on Sean, I mean.
Sean, the boy? Makes sense.
Yeah. You see, he stayed behind the set on his own last night to rehearse. Wow, he really takes his job seriously, huh? Well, this movie is his first lead role, and he's trying so hard to make it perfect.
So she might have seen what happened last night. Around what time was this?
Let's see, it was already after 10, I think. It looked like it might be about to rain, so I got a little worried and came down. And when I got here, well...
You saw something, didn't you?
Yes. Sean was there on his own running his lines, and towering above him there was this long, like really, really long neck. Neck? Yes, it was skinned like an enormous worm. It was like a dinosaur. Ooh-wee! You mean, it must be. Gordy! Good old Gordy! You done gave me the slip last night, you slimy old lizard, but I got you now. What? Now Gordy's involved too? Yeah, I think it might be. I was as surprised as you are. Although I guess Sean was practicing being a kid who communicated with monsters. Oh dang, you're right. He could have been communicating for real with the little horn doohickeys of his. Right, but it seems more like he was kind of looking up and talking to him. It was like they were friends. It's pretty weird, right? Darn tootin' it was weird. Weirder than a mustache on a mule. How could he cheat on his best monster pal like that?
I fear movies and reality might be getting a little mixed up here. And you're absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Oh yes, but only for a moment. I was so shocked, I just turned and ran.
How about that, Mr. Prosecutor? Another mysterious beast to contend with. Don't tell me you believe this nonsense, Ancient Lang. The monster's angle's neither here nor there, but I think we have a pretty good idea. Now, who we need to speak to next. Young Mr. Fenn, if he really was here last night, then there's a good chance he saw something. My thoughts exactly. The prosecution calls Sean Fenn to the stand.
Sean ran off just a moment ago.
What?
We need to get after him.
Away! Let's go find him, gang. April 6, 10:54 a.m. Big Building, Plaza. Duh, where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home?
You're right. You won't be doing any filming today after all.
Sure, or maybe he went on the lam.
Nah, you're just overthinking things, surely.
He's a child, Agent Lang. There's no way he killed the president. Not on his own. And who said he was on his own, huh? Maybe a monster gave him a hand? Maybe he summoned one of his creature's features pals to help him? Huh. Yes, very funny. Unless saying the kid did it. Not for sure anyway. Not yet. But he's our most important witness right now, and we need to find him.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, it's coming. He ran away.
What was that about?
Well, it just goes to show that your police force can't be trusted.
Are you saying you intend to continue investigating the president's murder alone?
Yeah, so what?
Well, last time we met you had about 800 other agents helping you.
Sure, but I told you, I'm a lone wolf now. You got a problem with that? I don't need lackeys, and I don't need friends.
All I need are these fangs right here. Keep things nice and simple.
No lackeys, no friends.
Anyways, catch you both around. Things I just got interesting. And since I got my work cut out for me, 2 big beasties on the prowl? Woo-wee! It's raining scoops. If I don't catch at least one, ain't no shuddering bug worthy of the name. Wow, this is all got kind of complicated, huh?
It did. The Torosaurus footprints were bad enough. Now Gordy, this might as well be a movie.
Well, then we better get our monster hunting shoes on.
I suppose we had. Huh? Who's that?
That's one of Ancient Lang's old team.
We've come across a few of them on the previous cases, but this one's on his own. Excuse me?
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. No, long time no see. How come you're not with Ancient Lang?
Shifu? He's not technically my boss anymore. Really? What happened?
You remember that case from a month or so back?
They got a Garasu case. How could we forget?
You made kind of a big mistake there. You came about as close to aiding and abetting a serious criminal as you can come and steal your job.
Indeed. I guess I was pretty close.
Well, being Shifu, he took full responsibility, so they disbanded our team. Wow, that's harsh.
But it explains why he's now a lone wolf, as he puts it.
Aiding and abetting and oh, Sheena. Yeah. Sheena, that's why. Ah, yeah, because Sheena was an insider inside the team. So, what are you doing here? Well, to tell you the truth, I was worried about him. I think he's been chasing ghosts. Ghosts from 12 years ago, to be precise.
12 years ago? What does that mean?
Sorry, I said too much. I better be on my way.
These ghosts of Ancient Langs. Could they have something to do with the chase we're currently investigating?
Well, it looks like everybody left except us. What do we do now?
Good question. Miss Hot went off monster hunting, and I guess Ancient Lang is busy trying to track down young Sean. Perhaps we should try investigating another angle.
What kind of other angle?
Somebody needs to get Judge Gravel's side of the story.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, you're right. What did she say again? Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I am to preside over the trial of Fifi Laguard in a bit. I guess the trial will be beginning right about now.
Indeed. I think we better head down to the courthouse, don't you?
Alright, let's go.
Be right back. Alright, we continue. April 6, 11:23 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
You bet. Bring it on, Big G.
The prosecution has been ready for some time.
The original attorney in this case, Rosie Ringer, was murdered, while the original prosecutor, Eustace Winner, has disappeared. So Fender and Franziska have taken over in their places.
Very well. Let me begin by apologizing for the delayed start to these proceedings. The crime we are here to adjudicate took place in a prison, an institution of the judiciary. What's more, the fact that the defendant was the warden of said prison carries grave implications. These two factors combined caused pre-trial preparations to take more time than usual. And then the unfortunate passing of the attorney in charge, Miss Rosie Ringer, delayed the further trial yet further. But now we are ready to begin at last. Miss Defender, Miss Von Karma, the court thanks you both for stepping in at such short notice.
Hey, no sweat. Rosie was your pal, right? And this was her last case. Couldn't exactly say no, could I? You'll have to bear with me though, gang. Didn't exactly get a ton of time to read the paperwork. How about you, Frank? Everything cool over on your side?
It's highly ideal for the prosecutor in charge of the case to have run off and abandoned it, but justice can't sit around waiting for them to grow a spine. The evidence has been handed to me, so yes, I'm ready. Thank you both. Very well, bring the accused, Miss Fifi Leguard, to the stand.
Oh, she got all her dogs back in one coat.
I invite the prosecution to make its opening statement. Alright, the accused was...
Let me stop you right there, darling.
What is it, Miss Leguard?
Oh, I was just wondering if you would tell me something. That's something being why on earth I'm here.
Perhaps the opening statements will clarify that for you.
But will they, dear? Really? Fine. Carry on if you must.
I fully intend to, if you can stay quiet for one moment. The murder in question happened at the prison where Miss Leguard worked as a warden. The victim, one Bronco Knight, was being held in the detention center, but the prosecution's case will show that Miss Leguard took him from the holding cells and murdered him, and she did so with this knife. Huh? Is something the matter, Miss Von Karma? How can that...
No, see evidence. What gives, Fran? Everything okay?
The murder weapon! It's not here! And I say his body harmless Canis' chisel!
What? Say it ain't so.
Silence! Silence! Miss Von Karma, explain yourself. I wish I could, Your Honor.
No murder weapon? Then what exactly are we all doing here? Really, darling, you shouldn't volunteer to prosecute a case if you can't even keep the evidence safe.
I can only work for what the previous prosecutor gave me.
Little boy winner strikes again. Hey, G.
What is it, Mr. Fender?
Guess we know where this is going, huh? Let's kick this one down the road a little further, shall we?
The court hereby denies the defense's request.
What? Don't be like that. What's the dealio?
She's absolutely right, of course. We simply can't have any more delays. Let's get on and show everybody how wonderfully innocent I am, shall we?
Objection!
Innocent, I'll thank you to take this seriously.
Oh, but I am, darling. You don't have any evidence. You just said so yourself. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling?
It is.
What? What?
Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Leguard, not guilty.
Objection!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the phone there, hey. Hasty Pants. You can't go dropping a verdict just like that.
Forgive me, but why is the defense objecting to its clients being acquitted?
Don't be cute, kiddo. You know as well as I do that little Miss Warner over there is guilty as all heck. As for the murder weapon, you were right there when we found it.
Miss Defender, it is incumbent upon this court to see that fair judgment is afforded to all, and as the instrument of the court, I cannot allow my experiences or opinions to interfere with my work. You must think of the Judge Gavel who was present when the murder weapon was found, and the Judge Gavel you see before you in the courtroom today as two entirely different people.
Gee, you're killing me here.
I have no choice but to pass judgment based on the evidence available.
Objection!
And we have that evidence, just not here. Just give me some time, just a little. I'll find it, I swear to you. The prosecution hereby requests a recess.
She seems to be in on it.
Oh, yeah, the defense does that too. Come on, Your Honor. Don't do us like this.
Very well. The court accepts the request.
Really, Vanity? You won't help anybody bound to the pressure like you won't help anybody bound to pressure like that, you know.
There will be a 15-minute recess. I suggest that both the prosecution and defense use the time well. Understood.
Phew, saved by the bell, huh?
Very well. We will convene in 15 minutes.
April 6, 11:38 a.m. District Court, 3rd floor, lobby.
We did totally fine that night, didn't we, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, of course we did. What's the matter, Detective?
It's the metal detective, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator.
What? How?
The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence.
The chisel?
Did we just figure out that the murder weapon, that is the murder weapon?
You might recall that Mr. Canis hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right, the murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there.
So did somebody steal it or what?
Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, hey, you're back. Miss Berry, Mr. Saint, are you here to watch the trial?
Yeah, we heard it was going to be a real fun show. Do you know where we need to go? It's the trial for the case I was nearly convicted for. It should be starting any minute now. We were late because practice, but it's somewhere around here, right? Simeon? There's kind of a problem. They lost some evidence. The knife and the chisel. So they called the recess and kicked us all out of the courtroom. What? But no, they can't. They're not going to arrest you again, are they? Eesh! Don't say that. No. Gee, I forgot how easy it was to upset you. Huh? How dare you embarrass me like that?
Oh, I think that's one comma. Yeah. Speaking of easy to upset.
Stina, Vanderella. Chill, okay? Just chill. Come on, put the whip away. That's it.
That idiot of a so-called prosecutor! I'll find him and I'll maybe eat wheat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner!
Master, you gotta calm her down. Kid's gone cuckoo.
He goes and hides behind Edgeworth. Huh. I guess I better at least try.
Oh, it's you. Good morning, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor.
Franziska?
You shouldn't be here, you know. You're not in the right line of work anymore. You should be at home planning whatever it is you mean to do with the rest of your life.
What are you going to do, Franziska? You only have 15 minutes.
Don't you think I know that? And what that infuriatingly reasonable look off your face. You're like a news anchor calmly reading the news or something. And it's utterly exasperating.
It's probably better that I don't rise to that. I never imagined you would be the one prosecuting this case, Francisco.
Nor did I, but what a case. The murder of a presidential bodyguard. And by the warden of a prison, no less. The murder weapon was properly entered into evidence at every scene.
And yet, when you went to present the knife to the court, it wasn't there.
That imbecile! Not only did he abandon the case, he made me look like a total fool!
God!
The next time I see this little coward, I'll whip him into shape if it's the last thing I do.
You go ahead and do that, but quit taking it out on the people around him.
Okay, Meister, you got the old memory back, huh?
Sure did. I'm me again.
Yeah, we were 6 ways till Sunday. Not that. Other K was a blast too. Anyway, welcome back, kiddo. Bring it in.
No. You need to be thinking about this trial right now, okay?
Yeah? Guess things did go pretty pear-shaped in there, huh? We need to dig up this missing evidence lickety-split. But we can't count on them putting the trial on hold much longer. Yeah, it's a stumper, alright. If only some kind soul would go offer to go find it for us.
That's an unexpected look if I ever saw one.
Can't help but notice you still haven't asked for your prosecutor's badge back, bucko. Find it sad to come walk the path of the righteousness with me and your old man, huh?
The committee has my badge, that much is true, but I haven't given it up just yet. I'm still not ready to walk in my father's footsteps.
No? Well, it's not like there's a deadline. You do you as long as you need. The old family office will be waiting to welcome you with open arms when you're done.
Thank you, Fender.
Yeah, if only somebody will go sniff out that evidence for us.
Fine, we'll do it.
Way to go, Mazio. You sure?
I'll do what I can, but that might not be much in 15 minutes.
Ben and me will buy you as much time as we can, okay? She won't be banging that hammer of hers until you made it back with the goods, I promise. With the goods, I promise.
Thank you. I'll be counting on you, Fender. And you, Francisco? How does that sound?
What makes you think I'd accept your help? How about some advice instead, that you seriously consider a new career as a news anchor?
Come on, friend. Called stick in the talking here. Time to step up to the plate.
Alright, fine. We'll start the trial as long as we can, but you better get your ex-prosecutor behind in gear. So know I quite like having you run errands for me. Maybe that could be your new career instead.
I'm glad you're on board.
I can help too. I don't want to be arrested again. Oh, this sounds like fun. Can I play?
Alright, that'd be very helpful of you both. Very well. Where shall we begin?
I think we need to go to speak to a certain somebody, don't you?
Who will we need to speak to in order to find out where the evidence went?
Winner.
Take that!
That's right, the supposed custodian of the evidence in question, Eustace Winner.
Oh, the new prosecutor guy? Okay, we're on it.
Thank you, Mr. Saint. Oh my god.
Alrighty then. Think we better huddle and talk tactics, huh, friend? Just the two of us.
Oh! Don't keep me waiting, Mars Edgeworth.
I'll try not to. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Oh, Freddy Boo, wait up now.
Alright, we need to find Mr. Winner, and fast. Oh, and speaking of which...
Wow.
Judge Gravel.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. A pleasure as always. A pleasure? How's it a pleasure? And what was all that about just now?
Okay, stop it.
But Judge Gravel knows that horrible woman's the killer. Why the heck would she? Evidence is the only language that the goddess of justice understands. My own personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it.
Is this all Judge Verity Gavel is?
You may believe my way of thinking to be heartless, but it is my way.
To be this hard and unforgiving? There's something I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind.
Please, go ahead.
What were you doing on the roof of the big building 2 nights ago?
The roof?
You met the president up there, didn't you? We've seen security footage of the two of you.
And is there something wrong with that?
Only that his body was discovered this morning, right next to the very same building.
What?
I think you understand what I'm getting at. You're considered a suspect. What happened between the two of you?
Nothing. We simply talked for a few minutes, and when we were done I left. I took the elevator back downstairs alone.
That much we know to be true. As I said, we've seen the footage. What business did you have with the leader of a foreign power?
I'm not at liberty to say.
I see. Well, I'm not at liberty to leave until I have answers. In which case, there's only one thing for it. Pulls hand sign. She's hiding something, and I have to get it out of her. Domain expansion. Mindless. Judge Gavel met with the president of Zhengfa the night before the last.
Oh yeah, those are pretty big pieces.
Yes, I admit it. We met on the roof of the big building. But it was simply to discuss professional matters. Matters that I am not obliged to discuss with you.
I'm clearly going to have to work hard to get past her professional defenses. If she puts too much of a impenetrable... If she puts up too impenetrable of a facade, I'll probably be better off biding my time. I should start off by asking what she met the president to talk about. Begin. Perhaps you could begin by telling us what you met with the President Wong, with President Wong to discuss.
As I told you, professional matters. Professional matters which I do not intend to share with you. I'm so glad you understand.
I must say, you're a very busy woman. A judge, a committee member, an occasional aide to us in the field even.
Thank you. I take my professional duties very seriously.
And do those duties include meeting with foreign dignitaries?
Yes, of course, from time to time. The law is my life. Nothing I do falls outside the scope of my duties.
You returned Kay's promised notebook to us just this morning. Surely you can't claim that fell within the scope of your duties. Boom! One already.
I am not yet a perfect servant of the law. That much is true.
No, you are a human being, and that was an act of a simple human kindness. You have feelings, Judge Gavel, and you are allowed to have them. About the president's death, too.
I can still hardly believe it. If I might ask, how did he die?
He was crushed to death by a head of a monster known as Taurosaurus. Forgive me, I should probably explain.
Is that true? He died on the set of the movie?
He did. Interesting that you should even know what Taurosaurus is.
Oh, I imagine I must have heard about it from Eustace. Something about them shooting a movie? Somewhere near the big building?
She isn't fooling anybody. She's clearly very upset about something. She mentioned Mr. Winner, who seems to have disappeared along with some vital evidence. Perhaps if she won't tell us what she discussed with the president, we should try to find out what else she might be hiding. I'm clearly getting under her skin. I need to dig further. Francisca stepped in to take Mr. Winner's place at the trial. But how was she supposed to prosecute the case if he never handed over all the evidence?
My interest is solely in ensuring that a trial proceeds fairly once it has begun. And if once it has, vital evidence cannot be precedent, it should surprise no one if the accused goes free. I am a judge, a servant of the law. My personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it.
So you have no personal feelings when it comes to Mr. Winner's disappearance?
Of course I do. I worry about him terribly too.
Wait, true? Does that mean there's somebody else you're worried about as well? I imagine their identity might explain your strangely agitated state.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am a servant of the law, and my feelings are immaterial.
We are all servants of the law, all of us who stand in the courtroom. But we're not superhuman. You, me, everybody else, we're just people underneath it all. Much as we like to bury our feelings and remain impartial, that simply isn't possible.
You're right, of course. I'm in no fit state to offer impartial judgment.
Please, Judge Revell, just tell us the truth. What's going on?
What do I do? What do I do?
I've never seen her lose her composure like this. I should ask her who this person is she is so worried about. Her professional mask is finally beginning to slip. Perhaps now I can get to the human being underneath. Judge Revell, who are you so worried about? And where are they?
My apologies, but I simply cannot tell you that.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. Let's try another tack for now. The person you're so worried about, is it Mr. Winner?
He has not been seen since he discovered the truth about his father. Of course, I am worried about him, but this could also be a valuable test for him. He chose to disappear, and he can choose to reappear.
And the other person you're worried about can't?
That's not something I'm at liberty to talk about. I don't know what might happen to that poor child if I did.
That poor child? Who are you talking about?
Nobody! Please, it was nothing. Ignore it.
Judging by the look on her face, I definitely shouldn't. I think it might prove to be a valuable clue. Judge Revell, who are you so worried about? And where are they?
My apologies, but I simply cannot tell you that.
Time to deploy my clue. So this poor child is missing, and you're desperate to find him? And since you say child, I suppose we're right in assuming that this person is a minor?
I can't answer, and I won't. It has no bearing whatsoever on the murder of the president.
I'll need another fucking clue, god damn it. I should try another tack for now. This person you're so worried about, is it Torosaurus?
I really don't have the time for jokes, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's not a joke. When I told you how the president was killed, you seemed surprised when I mentioned that he was crushed by Torosaurus.
That was simply shock at learning how he died. And where a half-built film set on an empty lot.
It sounds as if something about where he died is particularly troubling to you.
No, that's not true at all. It's just film sets are places where dreams are made, and instead a great man met his end there. I only hope that the utmost care is taken when the news is shared with the cast and crew.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the cast and crew already know. We met two of them at the scene, a crew member and a young actor, Sean Fenn.
No! Why? Why does this have to happen?
Something about the Torosaurus connection really seems to be upsetting her. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. I've exhausted this. Oh, oops. I clicked the wrong one on accident. Oopsies. Judge Revell. I already seen this part. Time to deploy that second clue. It's someone from the movie, isn't it? You seem to get very sensitive every time I mention Torosaurus. The poor child mention has something to do with the movie, don't they?
How did you?
You're usually so cool and collected. Your discomfort told me everything I needed to know. Who is this poor child? You have to tell us.
Very well. You figured it out so much already. I might as well tell you the truth. The person I am so worried about, the person I am so desperate to find is Sean Finn.
Sean? But why?
That is more than I can allow you to know.
Judge Gravel, you said you would tell us the truth. And if you don't give up voluntarily, we will have to force it from you. I'm afraid you're just going to have to accept that. I need to get her to tell me why she's so desperate to find Sean.
Are you a fan?
Are you a fan of Sean's, perhaps?
Am I? Yes I am. I am an ardent admirer of the work of Sean Finn, child actor extraordinaire. I heard that he was filming near the big building, so I made it my business to learn where the set was and some other important details.
I see. I suppose that makes sense. As a fan, you would know such things. I imagine you would also have tried to learn when he was supposed to be on set.
Yes, of course. He said you would be filming there all day.
You make it sound like you heard that from Sean himself. I don't think he'd be sharing his schedule with a mere fan, do you?
No, I misspoke. Ignore me.
Every slip of the tongue she makes, seems to be to do with Sean. And now we know she's spoken with him. That's an important clue. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea who he might be?
Why would I have any idea about that? The two of us aren't connected in any way at all.
I don't have any clues, shit. Do you know Sean personally?
He is famous. I doubt there are many people who do not know him.
I certainly didn't until today.
You clearly need to be better informed. Perhaps I could teach you a few things. There is almost nothing I don't know about him. I really could care less about him. Forgive me. I allowed myself to get a little carried away.
That seems to happen quite a bit when the subject of Sean comes up.
Look, I do not know him personally. I simply know a lot about him.
Time to deploy my clue. I can understand you being worried about Sean, but you seem a little too worried. And you implied before that you had spoken to him, which surely means that you know him personally.
How did I give away so much?
So the two of you are acquainted. This is surely an important clue. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea where he might be?
Why would I have any idea about that? The two of us aren't connected in any way at all.
Time to deploy my clue. I don't know what exactly the connection is between you and Sean, but I know for certain that it exists. You're as good as told us that it does.
No!
Please, Judge Gravel, you have to help us try and find him.
Help you? That will never be allowed.
By whom? The goddess of justice?
By the one person who knows where he is.
Huh. At last, the puzzle pieces are finally starting to fall in place. I know why you're so reluctant to tell us anything about your relationship with Sean. Admit it. He's been kidnapped, hasn't she? Judge Gravel, I need you to tell me the truth. All of it.
Very well. This time. I will tell you everything. Your intuition was correct. Sean has been kidnapped.
I knew it. But why does that have anything to do with you?
That is, Sean is... He's my son.
What? Well, we may not have found out what she and President Wong were talking about, but we found out something just as important. Sean has been abducted. Not exactly the endgame I was expecting, but that's checkmate nonetheless, bitch.
What? You're Sean's mom? Judge Gavelle? No way! Come on, you're too young.
It's true. I am Sean's mother. Look. He's probably adopted then, I guess.
It's a magazine clipping.
And
I'll let go about Sean. You always carry this with you?
yes, everywhere I go. I guess you could call it a kind of talisman.
That certainly speaks to the bond between them. And you're sure he's being kidnapped?
Unfortunately, yes. I received a phone call from the kidnapper just before the trial.
Did they make any demands?
Only one. That Fifi Laguard be found not guilty.
Well, that certainly explains what we saw in there.
And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling?
It is. Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Laguard, not guilty.
That's why you came so close to declaring her innocent.
I have failed in my duty to the law. I am a judge. If I cannot arbitrate with impartiality, I make a mockery of justice. And yet, I try to force through a ruling based on nothing but my own self-interest.
Judge Gavelle,
The goddess must be furious with me, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't sacrifice my son on the altar of justice. I couldn't remain impartial when it mattered most.
Of course you couldn't! Are you crazy?
Kay.
No parent could just give up their child like that. If it makes the goddess of justice mad, then I'm sorry, but she's wrong. If she really thinks that way, then she's the guilty one. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes. Declaring the goddess guilty. That's bold. Kay is right. As I told you, though we all serve the law, we are also only human. And none of us could, or should, be expected to sacrifice a child for the sake of a verdict.
Thank you, both of you. But the trial must continue. There's no escaping that.
Your Honor, there you are.
It seems it is time.
Judge Gavelle! My dad was a prosecutor.
He was.
Yeah, he used to work in the courtroom just like you do. And I was thinking about what he would have done if he was in your position right now.
If a prosecutor were forced to insist that a suspect was guilty, that would...
I know what he would have done. Anything, that's what. He would have done anything to get me back.
He would?
So what I'm trying to say is, you can trust us.
What do you mean?
To get him back, to snatch him away from the jaws of danger. I'm the second Yatagarasu, and if you agree to trust me, I'll promise I'll get him back for you.
The thief who steals only the truth. And perhaps one or two other things. Well, Judge Gavelle, what do you say? Will you trust the great thief to steal back that which matters most to you?
Mr. Edgeworth.
I'd like to help too, if that's alright with you.
Thank you. I know I'm in no position to ask you this of you, but please, see that he comes home safely.
Oh, we will. Don't worry. You can count on us.
Here, take my cell phone. The kidnapper may call again.
You'll get it back, along with your son, I promise.
I will do everything I can to draw out the trial, but I don't imagine I can give you more than about 2 hours at best.
2 hours. That gives us until 2 p.m.
Please, I'm counting on you.
And here I thought the Great Thief was on sabbatical.
Well, hold on to your hat because she's back in business. Alright, let's do this. My first commission. I can't afford to mess this up.
In that case, we better start looking right away. Where to begin?
Duh, where the heck did it go?
Maybe you just went home?
You're right. You won't be doing any filming today after all.
Sure, or maybe you just went on the lam.
Perhaps we should see if Sean left any clues behind at the big building.
Hey, what are you doing giving orders? This is the Great Thieves operation. I'm in charge now.
Is that so? Then, what am I?
You're my assistant. First assistant to the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Talk about an honor.
I've been relegated to Thief's Assistant.
Alright, let's go to work. Team Yatagarasu, move out.
April 6, 12:10 p.m. Big building. Plaza.
Alright, here we are. Ready? On 3. Just follow my lead, you'll be fine, okay?
Huh, what exactly are you talking about?
Even in the depths of night. Hey, your turn! Keep up, will you?
Why are you making me do this?
Because the Great Thief Yatagarasu just arrived at the scene of the crime, you dummy! How's anybody supposed to know that if we don't announce our appearance?
You may be a thief, but I most certainly am not.
Ah, fine, I'll do it on my own. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the Great Thief Yatagarasu.
I'm very much aware of who you are, thank you. Now, shall we get on with this investigation?
Ah, you're no fun at all.
We don't have time for fun. We have less than 2 hours, in fact. We better get started.
Alright, we have the photo. Let's show it to a few people and see if it jogs any memories.
Oh, hey. Will Powers. From the first game.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, long time no see.
Wait, you're... This is Will Powers. He's an action star I met on an old case. He's also the man behind the mask of the one and only Steel Samurai. Long time no see indeed.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, Great Thief. Mr. Edgeworth has been working as my assistant.
Good to meet you, but thief? Mr. Edgeworth has been assisting a thief?
Let's not worry about that for now. I'd like to ask you about what happened this morning, if that's alright.
Sure. I don't know if I can be much help to you, but sure.
Huh. So he'll be one of Sean's work colleagues. I guess we better dive right in.
You were investigating this one, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, yes. But I'm the prosecutor in charge, of course.
But if you're a case assistant, guess this is her case?
No, that's simply...
I can see you're an intelligent man. You're right, of course. I'm in charge of this one.
Don't encourage her.
Alright, I'll need you to give me the straight answers. First of all, this case. Have you noticed anything weird? Could you perhaps give me your impressions?
Is that supposed to sound like me?
My impressions? I guess my main concern is, no offense to the victim and all, but is it all over for the production? Are we done? I can't help but worry.
I think it's probably safe to assume that you are, at least for now.
Right? Oh, I knew it. What a bummer. We don't have a location for much longer either.
Because you were due to finish shooting soon.
No, because they're due to start building. The lot won't be empty for long. They were letting us use it while they got ready to make a start.
I guess the plan was to shoot the rest on the lot back at Global Studios.
I've been so worried about everything. What with the people spreading all these rumors too?
Rumors?
Yeah. This journalist keeps coming around. Y'all been hiding real monsters on that set of yours. Y'all can't do that. I'm gonna expose y'all. She keeps saying stuff like that.
I think I know exactly who this journalist might be.
Yeah, the photographer, right? I thought you knew her.
But you're not, are you? Hiding real monsters, I mean?
Are you kidding? If they had real monsters to call on, I'd be out of a job.
So you've all been working hard on the movie. Yeah, it's the first time I've been on a reboot of an old series. This one's been a real challenge for me and everyone else over at Global Studios. If only they put this kind of energy into making a new Steel Samurai movie or something. God damn it, I can't just get enough of that shit. What role are you playing in this one? Me? I'm Darasaurus himself.
No way! So you're the star?
Well, not quite. I'm in costume, see? My face would never appear on screen.
Really? That's still pretty amazing. Wish I could wear a costume like that. Hey, do you think I could try it on sometime? I set up with just climbing inside of one of the horns.
I'd love to say yes, but that's not how it works. You can't really climb inside that far.
Oh, I get it. Because I'm an outsider, right?
That's not the issue at all here, Kay. Can I ask you a couple of questions about Sean?
Sean? Oh, sure. Benny told me about what happened. He just disappeared, right? Yeah, sounds like him.
Does he do that a lot?
Yeah, kinda. If we take a 5-minute... If we just take 5-minute shoot, you look around sometimes and he's just gone.
Do you have any idea where he might have headed off to?
Sorry, no. I didn't see him leaving the set, though.
Huh? You did? And where was he headed?
He got on the site bus. I was shooting some equipment over, and by the time I looked back up, he was gone.
The site bus? I wonder if he left any clues behind. Do you mind if we take a look inside the bus, Mr. Powers?
Sure. Excuse the mess, though.
Alright, let's see what we can find. There's an array of filming equipment here. Are you getting ready to shoot something?
No, nothing essential for the day at this location. It's just a case has gone missing.
Case? What is he talking about?
Yeah, all the stuff that is normally stored inside a large case. I looked away for 5 minutes and it just wandered off somewhere.
It sounds like there's a thief around here.
What exactly was taken?
Just the case, as far as the guy can tell.
Why only take that? I would have been more interested in what was inside it myself.
I guess whoever took it must have needed the case for more than its contents. But they need to put something in it. Where would Sean have been sitting?
Sean? Oh, that's a seat in the back. That's a seat with the backpack on it.
Huh? There's something poking out of it. A videotape?
Huh? We use these when we're shooting. Why would Sean have one?
Is there something you wanted to record? This could be a clue. Do you have a way for us to check what's on the tape?
Sure, there's a couple of monitors set up right over there. Alright, in play.
It's Sean. Is he rehearsing his lines?
Sean was there on his own, running his lines.
There's clearly a visible footprint right there, which means this must be from last night.
Yeah, he does this sometimes. When he's not happy with the scene, he borrows the equipment and goes over it on his own time.
Wow, he was really dedicated, huh?
Sure is. He's young, but he takes his craft seriously. You ought to admire it. Well, that part of it, at least. The using the kit without asking about, not so much.
And would he have been able to use the equipment on his own?
Sure, if all you wanted to do was shoot something pretty basic.
Huh?
What is it, Kay?
Where did Sean go? He ran off somewhere.
And just left the camera running. It stopped. I guess he ran out of tape.
So that's all that's on there? Sean's rehearsal?
It's a map of the areas around the big building. Let's take a closer look. This is the big building itself, so that's where we are right now.
It's kinda cool looking, but I still can't quite bring myself to like it.
I'm not surprised. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you never wanted to come here again.
Hey, when this is all over, when we have the whole case wrapped up, can we maybe come here just for fun? We can bring Gummy too!
You don't let the past drag you down, do you? It's an admirable quality, I guess. Let's think about that later, shall we, Kay? The case isn't over yet.
We can't afford to start making plans for when it's done.
No fun, fine. Then let's hurry up and solve this little mystery, shall we?
The Sunshine Coliseum. They hold all kinds of events there.
Yeah, I wanted to go to the World Feast Symposium, but they canceled it just this year. It was so cool, teams from all over the planet all gathered in one place. I mean, there was this one thing where they arrested pretty much everybody who attended, I guess. And some people that did say the whole thing was just a trap set up by the police.
And yet you still wanted to go? Huh. There's a garbage processing facility right next to the fishing port here.
Do they process garbage they pull out of the sea or something?
I guess they might, but I doubt that's all they deal with.
So what else? Oh, like garbage that washes up on shore? Shells and fish bones and stuff? Well, who throws that stuff in there in the first place, huh? They should be ashamed of themselves. Then they were here recycling? You could make earrings and necklaces and... yeah!
Let's maybe talk about this another time, shall we, Kay?
Sandown Sanitation Plant. What? Do they make cleaning products there or something?
Sadly not. I think they just incinerate all the garbage the trucks bring back. By the way, Kay, you seem a little antsy.
Oh, it's nothing. Hey, do you see up in the other corner of the map? There's another garbage facility.
Indeed there is. I imagine it probably fulfills a slightly different function. There seem to be quite a few such facilities in the area.
Yeah, this place is littered with them.
Really? That's what you were so excited about? A third-rate pun?
I don't really buy into all that stuff. But they do say light from the sun in the morning gives you more wrinkles, right?
And why are we talking about this?
What do you think? Because they call it Morning Tan Park.
I still like to be basking in the morning sunshine without a care in the world right now.
I think that's everything here.
Uh-huh. Hey there, pal. Why the long face, huh? Ever think you oughta lighten up a little?
Did you take any passengers here in this morning?
Does a witch get wear a pointy hat? You bet I did. Just the one fare, mind you.
And who was this passenger?
It was two guys. Had on these black suits, real sharp looking.
Did they have a boy with them?
This boy.
Nah. Like I said, it was just two of them.
Alright, never mind. Thank you for your help. I thought we might be onto something there, but no luck.
Sean! Sean! You in there? No sign of him either. Kinda thought the basket on the back of the truck there looks suspicious.
She's not wrong. It does.
Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgewood? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been there for a while.
No way, you can tell just from that?
And if it's been parked here for a while, I guess the driver might not be nearby either. They don't really have time to stand around waiting until they get back. Can I connect these? I'm just thinking Sean was stuffed into a case. Nope. Okay, we don't get to that conclusion yet. Okay.
A very good day to you, Prosecutor Edgewood, sir.
Huh? I'm not a prosecutor anymore, but he doesn't need to know that, I guess. Good day to you too, officer. Can I ask why you've been posted here?
Me? Oh, I'm just keeping an eye on things.
Excellent. Then perhaps you can tell me if there are any vehicles that have come in or out of here this morning.
None except that taxi and that blue truck over there, sir.
Only 2 vehicles have come in or out. That could be useful to know. It's midnight midday already.
You think Judge Cavell and the others are doing okay?
I'm not sure. How long is it realistically possible to drag out our proceedings, I wonder?
We have to find Sean.
Indeed we do.
Ah, heck, not like that, dang it. How do you think we're gonna get a scoop like that? Sorry, Chief, my bad. How many times am I gonna say it? We're scoop fiends. We wild critters that survive on scoops and scoops alone. Every second we ain't scooping, we starving. It's scoop or we die out here. Yes, Chief.
Well, look who it is. Although I can't help but wish it wasn't.
When did those two get here? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, we should go talk to them.
Should we? Fine.
You and me both, Edgeworth.
Miss Lloyd calls you Chief, doesn't she?
Sure does, cause that's exactly what I am. She's my #1 cub reporter. Seems my unique brand of shirt rebellion caught her eye, so she came to learn the trade. She came to me to learn the trade. She made me a scribbling on a stamper, but for both of us, we're hungry for scoop soup 24/7. And besides, who doesn't want to be called Chief, right?
Miss Hart's pictures were what drew Miss Lloyd to her. I suppose it's no surprise that this particular chief attracted an apprentice with such unique taste.
Sure she didn't score no big stories just yet, but she's hungry. Boy, is she. Hungrier than me, even. She wants the Taurosaurus, a sleuth, a bladder, and a coyote wants a chicken. She's been turning this place upside down all day looking for leads. She has? Maybe she knows something about the kidnapping. I think we should ask her, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Agreed. We need all the help we can get to find Sean. And I can think of one piece of evidence that might encourage her to tell us what we need to know. So now that the story of the underground auction is in the bag, what's next?
Come on, as if you don't need to even ask. Taurosauruses, that's what. They done dropping around in my dang lab, snuck in the upstairs to cover the auction. And then he shows up right on the doorstep and stomps the big old footprints everywhere for good measure.
And do you have a particular news outlet in mind for this big scoop?
Ha! Does a bear do its business in the woods? I got me two or three in mind. They'll be all over this like a rash. Heck, there is even one right here in the big building. Tabby and me were out here, we're in and out of there all the time. I mean, mostly on account of how fond they seem to be of throwing us out on our ears, but still.
It sounds as if they're both more out than in.
Well, if it ain't my good Ruffles, good to see y'all again.
And you, Miss Lloyd, but how come you're here, if you don't mind me asking? Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless, but the fact remains that you were a willing participant in this staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may as well be punished for your actions.
Well, they kinda dropped the whole case out of nowhere. Packed me up and shipped me home without so much as a slap on the wrist. Guess it was their way of saying, you keep up the good work now. They did seem kinda keen to get me to never ever mention the whole thing ever again, though.
Yes, because you weren't part of the official story of the attempt on the president's life, and they can't afford to have you getting in the way of that.
But Mr. Edgeworth, telling Tabby not to talk is like trying to stop a dam from bursting with a piece of tape.
Huh, not exactly the most delicate way of putting it.
What of the whole thing, of course, every last detail, plus a few of my own. Handed it into paper, the hopes of hot and all, but nothing, not a peep.
Or somebody putting pressure on them, or the details you added a little too gratuitous, perhaps. All seem equally plausible, but unfortunately. What are you doing here at the big building? Are you reporting on something?
Hey, maybe I didn't make this clear enough the first time we met. But you want a reporter to scratch your back, you gotta scratch hers first if you catch my meaning.
You mean you want me to give you something you can use for an article?
Bingo! And it better be good, because if it ain't, this conversation's over.
We do need to know about what might have happened to Sean. Perhaps I could show her a piece of evidence and see if she has anything to give me in return. Miss Lloyd, this picture.
Say no more, Ruffles. I already know what you're gonna ask.
Huh? You do?
You're looking for him, right? The kid?
What?
You just can't get out from under the drum, huh? Wherever he goes, the bodies follow. Miles Edgeworth, trouble magnet. Pretty much sums you up, right?
Is my reputation really so sordid?
And now you got your done yourself, and oh my god, and now you done got yourself wrapped up in a kidnapping too. Crazy. Huh? How do you know about that? Shh, pipe down, will ya? Can't be talking about this stuff too loud. I ain't even told the chief about it. Gotta keep it down on the download, okay? That ain't a count when I want it out of the bag just yet.
Seriously, how did you know about it? Surely Judge Gavelle hasn't told anybody except us.
I bet you just love to know, wouldn't ya? Well, you can't. It's a secret.
She's as stubborn as ever, it seems.
Hey, quit staring at me like that. I ain't sharing nothing with that thundercloud of a face. So, you know something, right? Sure do. Truth is, I done saw it. Little kid being bundled up by two shitty characters in black suits. What? Do you know where they went? No, don't got a clue. They were kinda far away when I spotted them. Lost sight pretty quick. Dang it! So at least we know something about our kidnappers now.
Yes, 2 men in black.
We snuck right into the lion's den without any thought of our own safety. Yep, the chief is a real champion of truth, alright. And so, Mr. Edgeworth.
I can say no comment. Perhaps we should reserve judgment on that until we know a little more.
Now I'm overjudged now, think later kinda gal myself. Nothing else to tell the readers?
Only that I'd like you to consider being a little more impartial in your reporting.
Now I'm more of a cater to your audience so they love you more kinda gal. And my audience is mostly the good old chief.
I wish you would at least try to take things seriously. So we've learned a little something about the kidnappers. Miss Lloyd saw 2 men taking Sean away, and the taxi driver remembers giving 2 similar-looking men a ride.
They must be the same people, right?
I'd say it's a distinct possibility, yes, but there's one thing that doesn't make sense. The taxi driver said specifically that the 2 men didn't have a child with them.
Oh yeah, that is weird.
Could it be the kidnappers who stole the case?
Wait, you mean
Yes. Where did they put Sean inside?
he's alone enough that he fit, I guess. So the reason the taxi driver didn't see him,
Might be that he was loaded into the trunk as baggage.
so why do they need to hide him?
I imagine they might not have planned to originally, but they didn't count on there being a police presence here in the plaza.
Right, that makes sense. Didn't want the officer on duty to see them going on off with Sean.
So they took a rather drastic measure.
That must be it. Alright, let's go see what the taxi driver can tell us.
The two men you told us about, did they have any baggage with them?
Boy, did they. A giant case. Wasn't easy getting that thing in the truck, I tell ya.
That settles it. They must have been the kidnappers.
Where did you take these 2 men, if you don't mind me asking?
Look, I see this is a portrait. How about I give you a ride there?
That's a great idea. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure, folks.
Now let's boogie.
April 6, 12:57 p.m. Do you have to drive that fast? You're kinda queasy. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You look a little green yourself.
Alright, I'm fine. The driver said he took the men to the garage of this house right here.
Which means this must be where they brought the case. No way! Look at the name of the mailbox!
The name? What? Excelsior's Winner?
This must be that chairman guy's house.
What? Excelsior's Winner ordered Tron's kidnapping? Isn't he currently under arrest?
Nice. The garage door is unlocked.
You spotted that quickly. Although I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised. It smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winner Sr. must be something of a motorhead.
Anybody home? No? Anybody?
What are we, Kay? Common house thieves?
You take that back. We're great thieves, and don't let me ever hear you say you're different. Have some self-respect, Mr. Edgeworth.
She didn't like that at all. Anyway, it seems nobody's around, which hopefully means we're not at risk of being arrested.
Don't let your guard down yet. We're only just getting started here. Now, let's find us some treasures.
Are we supposed to be looking for Sean?
Look, a treasure.
These are mechanics gloves.
They're designed to be worn.
They're designed to be worn when fixing vehicles or working with machines.
They're covered in oil. That looks like it must be from a machine, too.
And strangely, dirt. An awful lot of dirt. I thought they would have gotten on like that from motorcycle maintenance.
Ah, I hate that guy, but I have to admit, I like his gloves a lot. You think we maybe come up with a good excuse to, borrow them?
I was about to take them into evidence, but now I'm not so sure that's a good idea.
Oh, and there's the case.
I think we know what this is. Yes, this has to be it. The equipment case that Mr. Powers told us was stolen.
They folded little Sean up and packed him in there and shipped him all the way here, huh?
He's a boy, Kay, not a piece of equipment. And it's possible that he's still here.
And we better find him. My reputation as a great thief is still riding on this. And yours as my assistant.
Sure it is.
No way, this bike is super cool. There's even a skull over the headlight.
I suppose it's designed so that the eyes can light up when you turn it on.
Really? Wow. I bet it's still nothing compared to what you get to when you get that steely glint in your eyes.
My eyes don't actually light up, Kay. There's a sledgehammer and a shovel, and a bunch of other heavy-duty tools here.
That thing makes Judge Cavell's hammer look puny. If I ever become a judge, I'm getting one like this.
I doubt you'd make yourself very popular swinging one of those around in a courtroom.
Tisk, really? Fine. Why don't I swing that shovel around instead?
Then it wouldn't be a courtroom, it would be a circus. Promise me you won't do that. Huh?
There's somebody in the back there.
Sean? Is that you?
Sean, stay right there. We're coming.
Huh? That's... You... but... Mr. Winner?
What? What's he doing here? Wait, this is Chairman Winner's house, right? Which means...
Yes, it's Mr. Winner's home too, presumably. So how did he wind up like this? On time, Kay, quickly.
A little expert rope work, huh? Leave it to me. Alright, like this, and through here, there, and you're free. Are you okay, Eustace?
He looks like he's been through hell. How did you come to be tied up down here?
I don't know! You found me! Why don't you tell me?
Because we don't know, which is why we're asking.
I'm not sure you're going to be able to get much out of him like this.
No. In which case, there's only one thing for it.
Wait, you mean...
I hate to beat a man while he's down, but it might be the only way.
Are you sure? Look, don't go too hard on him, okay? You might push him over the edge.
Understood. I'll tread carefully. I promise. Though I can't promise I'll be very good at it. I've never held back against my opponents before, after all. Flick's hand sign. Domain expansion. Mind chess. Last time we saw him, he was running out of the courtroom. How did he wind up here?
You don't understand. You don't know what side of being me.
Oh boy, that's quite a lot. He's been through a lot. It's going to be hard to know what might cause him to lose control. In which case, I guess I might just have to quietly listen to what he has to say.
Oh, I mean, why am I the last one to know? I'm not very cute.
He clearly has questions. I have to do my best to try and answer them. But he's also clearly in no fit state for this. I need to try and finish this quickly. I should figure out what he needs to hear and try to calm him down.
You're totally a failure of a human being.
Just take a deep breath and tell me what's in your mind, Eustace.
No, I will not. Even if I did, it's not like you listen to me.
I can pretend to listen. You're right. I won't. Wow, you'd be such an asshole in this scene, which is funny.
What is it? Oh, are you shouting? Objection! You always shout objection.
Objection! Hold it.
What? You're really going to listen to me?
Learning the truth about your father can't have been easy. I can only sympathize.
That wasn't the hard part. The hard part was losing everything I had in a single morning.
Oh, poor you. Did somebody steal something from you? Oh my god, you'd be such a dick to him.
Everything I thought I worked for, it was all a lie. They just made it happen. I might rather believe it now.
You can lose faith in everything but yourself. That you have to believe in. But you don't have to do it alone. Experience, I can't give you. But knowledge, that I'm happy to offer.
I had some time to think while I was tied up like that. And I realized something. I'm not cut out to be a prosecutor. I'm incompetent. How do you know my word?
I think you mean incompetent. I think the word you're looking for is incompetent. But judging one's own incompetency is notoriously difficult, so I need you to trust me on something. You're getting better at this, Eustace. Day by day, inch by inch, I swear it. Now I need to ask you something. Will you help me out?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Well, first of all, thank you for calming down. Next, I want you to tell me about your kidnapping. I need you to be as detailed as possible, Eustace. Tell me everything you remember seeing and hearing. Do you have any idea who your kidnappers might have been?
No, of course I don't. If I did, I'd have told you already.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. I should shut it down the track for now. Why would somebody kidnap you, only to take you back to your own home?
Don't you think I know that too? I want to know that too. I'm the victim here. What are you asking for? How am I supposed to know? They locked me up in that box and then locked me up in here. I was scared. So scared.
Sure. And did you happen to overhear anything your kidnappers might have said?
I think what's say, if you want to play somebody, blame the guy who owns this house.
The owner? The owner of this house? That's your father, isn't it?
It is? I guess it is, huh? Oh, I get it. The kidnappers were people who hated my dad.
That's not it. At least not based on what else we know of the situation. But there was some kind of link between the kidnappers and Winner Sr. That could be a clue. Do you have any idea why somebody might have wanted to kidnap you?
What do you mean? Why does anyone kidnap anybody for? For ransom, right?
I don't have any clues for this either. I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. I should try another tack for now. Do you have any idea who your kidnappers might have been?
No, of course I didn't. If I did, I had told you already.
Time to deploy my clue. Your captor wanted you easily at hand, and where could be more convenient than one's own home. I hate to break it to you, Eustace, but the kidnapping was ordered by your father.
You don't think he wanted me out of the way? That he was going to kill me?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Why are you ignoring me? Is this okay with us? Are you trying to make me feel even worse?
No, calm down, please. Seems like it was the wrong moment to say quiet. Ow. He's crying so much it's making him hard to read. Is he sad? Angry? He cries out the words, so it's impossible to tell. I just have to ignore his tears and concentrate on what he says. What good would that have done him? His own son dead in his family garage? He would have instantly become the prime suspect.
Alright. Okay, so why did he have to have me kidnapped?
Well, it won't have been for a ransom, not his own son. That wouldn't make any sense. So his motive for kidnapping must have been something else. This could be an important clue. Oh, oops. Wrong one. Do you happen to, time to deploy my clue. Why would somebody kidnap their own child if they're planning on demanding a ransom?
Yeah, that's kind of weird. This is kind of weird.
Did anything odd happen during the kidnapping?
No, I just answered their stupid question, and then they grabbed me.
Their question? What did they ask you?
Stop glaring at me like that. What was it again? Oh yeah, they asked me if I knew Gavel.
Of course! Things are starting to fall into place now. Your father. His goal wasn't to kidnap you. He was out to kidnap Judge Gavel's son, Sean Fenn. Because he wanted to force her honor into declaring Warden Legua not guilty.
Wait, Gavel has a son? And it was also Legua would be not found guilty? Would be found not guilty?
I think you were mistaken for Sean, and that's why you were kidnapped.
What? You mean I went through all that, but by mistake? Wait, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that would explain the part where...
Huh? Where what? Have you remembered something?
No, it's nothing. I'm nothing. I'm useless. Needless, just go. Just leave me alone.
This isn't good. I think I pushed him as far as he can easily be pushed. I have to calm him down and get him to tell me what it is he just remembered. Oh, he's picking up now. Judging by his fragile demeanor, I'd say he's still suffering considerably. I need to help him get him back on his feet. You remembered something just now. What was it?
I didn't remember anything. All I remember is him.
Him? You mean your father?
No, I didn't mean to bring him up. I'm nothing compared to him. I never made a prosecutor if he didn't help me.
I've been wanting to ask about that for some time. Why did you become a prosecutor?
What do you mean? You think it too, don't you? That I wasn't meant to be the one? That I'm not good enough?
No, but I'm good enough. You're not good enough. Oh my god.
Say something, will you?
You chose this path. Why? You must have a reason.
It's not like that. There's no big reason behind it all. The reason is stupid and dumb and not important.
I bet it's stupid and dumb. I know that already. Wow.
Like I said, it's stupid. It probably doesn't mean much to anybody except me.
Huh. I often felt much the same about my own reasons for becoming a prosecutor.
Really? You have? But you're a real one. A good one. A success. Even my dad. So.
You wanted your father's approval. I can well understand that.
You can? I thought I might be the best prosecutor out there. You might accept me for what I am. I don't want to. I'm useless.
You're not covering for your father in any way, are you?
What? No, I won't cover him ever again. I mean, why would I have to after what he's done?
You have a strong desire to be of use to him, so he'll approve of you. Is that fair to say?
Why can't I make just once in my stupid life? Why can't I make it better? Why can't I carry his name?
It isn't possible to clean a name, Eustace, but you can clear one.
Huh? I never knew that.
In your father's case, though, it's going to be hard. His crimes continue as your kidnapping shows. Knowing that, do you still think you can help him?
But what else do I have? What else am I supposed to do?
Why don't you be the better man and rise above the father who made a fool of you? Stare at him straight in the eyes and stop him from committing any more crimes.
Hey, you're right. I prove him wrong about me. I'll prove him wrong about everything.
That seems to have calmed down again. Now I just need to get him to tell me what happened to the evidence. Let's see if I can't give him the courage. Let's see if I can't give him the courage he'll need to stand up to his father. Key pieces of evidence from Laguard's trial failed to make it to the courtroom. As the prosecutor in charge, they were your responsibility. Did you misplace them somehow?
No, that's not what happened. You haven't heard my side of the story.
I don't want to hear your excuses. No, you'll hear my side of the story. Wow, so many mean options. It's so funny.
I thought I was putting them in the safest place there was. But, no. What did I do? What did I do?
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. I should try another track for now. What's the connection between your father and Warden Laguard?
Sorry, I don't know much about that.
You can't think of anything? Even the smallest morsel could be a valuable clue.
Oh, I think they maybe weren't together once, and...
What else do you remember? And? What is it? What else have you remembered?
I think she got the job at the prison because my dad recommended her.
Interesting. And did he have any particular reason to recommend her?
I guess he thought she was good at her job? Me.
He doesn't like you at all. Oh my god.
I think they just knew each other from back when he was the chief prosecutor.
What was he like back then? Was he different at all?
Oh, it was amazing. There wasn't a piece of evidence he didn't know, or a case file he hadn't read.
An intimate knowledge of cases and evidence pertaining to them. That could be an important clue. Key pieces of evidence from Laguard's trial failed to make it to the courtroom. As the prosecutor in charge, they were your responsibility. Did you... Yeah, okay. Seems he's drowning his own self-doubt again. Guess I better send out a lifeboat and bring him in. I think I know what you thought would be the safest place possible. With your father. Isn't that correct?
He told me it would all be safe with him. He said there was nowhere to save her.
Well, I'm afraid he betrayed your trust, in the ugliest way possible.
So he got rid of it? Why, Dad? What were you thinking?
He wanted to make you look like a laughingstock. He wanted to mess with the trial.
Your father wanted to obscure the truth in order to ensure that Warden Laguard was declared innocent. There was no easy way to say this, Eustace. He used you!
Yeah.
There's a chance that the evidence is still in Chairman Winner's possession. And we still don't know where Sean is. We need to get back out there and find him.
It's all my fault. What are you now?
I can't stand by and watch him like this. He's had a brutal collision with a reality he never knew existed. I should ask him what he means to do now. Perhaps I can help him figure that out. There's no way around it. The road ahead will be a hard one. But maybe this is fate. And maybe my job is to point him in the right direction. So, what now, Eustace?
Well, first I'm gonna give this stupid jacket back. I don't deserve to wear it. My dad always said that clothes make you a man, but I'm no man.
Its clothes make the man, Eustace.
It is? Thanks, Edgeworth. I'm learning a lot from you today.
That's good to hear. Now about that jacket, why don't we make you into a prosecutor worthy of it?
Alright, let's do it. Let's make it so nobody makes fun of me again.
I'll also make fun of you.
But how? How do I get there? Tell me, what do I need to do? I just don't know. I just don't know.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to pursue this line of questioning any further. I should try another tack for now. Do you mean to continue working as a prosecutor, Eustace?
I don't even want to think about that yet, after all. I only ever became one because of my dad. I probably shouldn't even think about carrying on, should I?
The only person who can answer that question is you! Only you can decide what path you choose to walk.
Then, I don't want to stop being a prosecutor. If I give up now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I just know it.
So he intends to see this through. I'll bear that in mind.
Using my domain expansion to help him recover from PTSD.
I'll need a clue if I'm going to... No? Okay. Do you mean to be like your father? To continue to ignore the truth?
Come on, give me a break, will you? Can a guy get a glass of human kindness when he needs one?
Are you talking about the milk of human kindness? I'm afraid that's not quite how the phrase is used.
Huh? It's not?
Listen, talking with you like this, it's helpful for me too. There was a time where there were truths I didn't want to face up to either. But a good friend taught me the error of my ways.
That's nice, but I don't have any money like that.
I can be that person for you. If you could muster the courage to try and find your feet again, I'd be happy to help.
You would?
But only if you really mean to try.
I don't want to be like my dad.
You want to be better than him, don't you? Yes, Eustace. I can see it now. He's told me that he wishes to be better than his father, and that he wishes to remain a prosecutor. I take that to mean that he wants to be a different kind of prosecutor than his father. That's the first important decision he's ever made for himself, and it tells us where he means to go next. So what now, Eustace?
Yeah, okay. Okay, now we can go through this one.
If only he remembered his own words from a few minutes ago. The decision he made should serve as a good guide as to what he should do next. You want to remain a prosecutor, but walk a different path from your father, correct? It won't be easy. But the path you have chosen is that of the true prosecutor. And now that you have chosen it, when the time comes, you'll know exactly what to do. You're lucky. I myself still haven't quite decided what to do with my life. But you have, and it's a choice you made all on your own. Now all you have to do is believe in yourself, in the path you've chosen. Mistaken for Sean and kidnapped by his own father's underlings, and losing his belief in himself as a prosecutor after his father stole his evidence. He's been through so much in the span of a single day, more than I can imagine. Well, it took a little longer than I thought it would, but that's checkmate.
Checkmate. PTSD conquered.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him move so fast.
He's particularly speedy when it comes to running away from things, it seems.
April 6, 11:15 p.m. Big Building Plaza.
We don't have much time left. I think we better check in with Fender. He'll want an update on what we've discovered. And we need to know what's going on over at the courthouse.
But Eustace ran off, right? Isn't he supposed to be the prosecutor in charge?
We're just updating Fender. Nothing else would change. Francisco will just continue for the prosecution.
Okay. Is that really alright, though?
It's going to have to be. Like you say, Eustace ran off.
Meanwhile, in the courthouse.
I wonder how they're actually stalling the trial.
Look, I hate to be a stickler for the details, but let's go over this just one more time, shall we? No murder weapon means no conclusive proof, means no conviction. That's all there is to it.
That makes no sense! The lack of a murder weapon doesn't prove your client's innocence. Don't make me come over there and whip it into you.
Eddie, darling, how much longer is this going to take? It's almost as if you're trying to drag this out for as long as possible.
Sorry, Feast. It's our friend of a prosecutor over there. She's stubborn as a freaking mule.
Then give me a satisfactory explanation. Or I just have to keep whipping you until you can.
Seriously? I've already taken more licks than I've had birthdays. Come on, Miles. What's taking so long? I'm here to buy you some time and all, but I'm taking a beating here.
He's literally getting whipped for our sake. That's funny.
Oops, sorry, G. This one's important. Mind if I take it?
Fine.
Fender?
Miles Areno, boy, am I glad to hear your voice. How are things going on your end?
We found Eustace.
Sweet. And the knife? And the chisel?
Unfortunately, he entrusted both to his father's care, which means that Chairman Winner is the only person who knows where they are.
Chairman Winner? But why would he?
We're not quite sure of the specifics just yet, but we do know that Chairman Winner and Lord Nuward have some sort of connection they'd rather others didn't know about.
Gotcha. Alright, guess the next move will be to get Excelsius Winner on the stand. Best to hear the deets from the proverbial horse's mouth, right?
I'll keep looking for the missing evidence, and for Sean.
Well, shake your leg, will you, big guy? Can't keep this one from going to the judges much longer. We're gonna add a whisker from a verdict here.
Understood.
We're a gnat from the whisker away here. Okay.
I wonder how long Judge Revel's nerve can hold. This can be easy for her. We need to hurry.
How are things over at the courtroom of doom?
They're going to call Chairman Winter to the stand. Who knows how that will go for them.
Yeah, he's already stooped to evidence stealing and kidnapping. What else is he capable of?
Exactly. Perhaps we should look over any evidence we have related to him, just in case it might help.
Good idea. Alright, leave it to me. Presenting a hot new piece of evidence fresh from the evidence oven.
The gloves we found in his garage. Yes. I was thinking about those. Anything else?
What about the case file from the I-7 incident? Chairman Winter was involved in that, right?
Yes. We helped suppress the evidence. It's probably a good idea to have the notes on hand. Excellent. And do we have anything else?
We sure do. Last but far from least, there's this.
Your Yatagarasu pin, okay. I asked for evidence related to Chairman Winter. Can you please try and take this seriously?
Says the guy who spends his life presenting people with evidence that has nothing to do with anything.
That's different. Wait, that's Eustace?
Huh? Hey, what are you doing here?
Rude. He totally ignored me.
What was he doing in the big building, I wonder?
Let's go inside and see if we can figure out what he was up to.
Yes, good idea. Huh? The hatch is wide open.
Maybe Eustace opened it.
Did Eustace really come down here?
Mr. Edgeworth, look!
The safe! It's open! I guess maybe he did come down here. We better take a closer look. Oh, so he knew the combination.
There's some stuff inside the safe.
I think we better take a look, don't you? You know, we'll just have to forgive our prying. Is it a document of some kind?
Let's see. Yeah, and a document, and there's a photo attached too.
Huh? This picture, it's of...
Whoa, that's Mr. Knight, right?
The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard.
Why is there a picture of him in here? And what's his paperwork about?
I'm not sure. Let's take a closer look. You were right, darling. There is some sort of connection between Knight and Canis. As you know, we've been trying to find out who Canis plays his silly correspondence chess game with. Well, now we know. I'll be pulling Knight into my office for a thorough grilling tomorrow, and I'll make that worm admit he's Canis' lackey if that's the last thing I do. So do your bit too, and retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planter where we left it. It seems to be some sort of report on Knight.
Yeah, it must be from right around the time he was killed.
We know that Knight was killed while being interrogated in the prison warden's office. I think we can safely assume that this document was written by Fifi Laguard, don't you?
I'd say so.
But who was written it for? Was it written for?
Oh, I guess whoever owns the safe?
And I'd say that's likely to be the auctioneer, Excelsior's winner himself.
Proof that they really proof that they really did know each other.
Indeed. And then not only that, it proves another connection.
Huh?
Laguard and Winner were trying to flush out Mr. Canis' henchman.
Oh, you mean Body Armor Canis, right? The assassin guy with a soft spot for dogs?
Yes, something links the three of them. Something they don't want anybody to know.
But what?
I don't know yet, but I suspect it has something to do with this case.
Wait, there's something else in here we've seen before.
Huh? There's something on his finger.
Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring, and an expensive looking one at that.
Don't even think about it, Kay.
What? I didn't say anything!
Well, Mr. Knight. Your chess set and your ring are here too. All your possessions in one place.
So basically the safe was full of evidence from the murder at the prison.
It would seem so.
Which means the missing knife and chisel might be here too. Knife, chisel. No dice. There's nothing else here apart from Mr. Knight's stuff.
Really? Curses. Knight may be dead.
Curse you, Edgeworth. Our game isn't over yet. Aye.
But he left unfinished business behind him. I think we need to find out what it was.
Could I interest you in some cotton candy, perhaps?
Huh?
Oh, wait, no, it's Killer.
I have ice cream too, but if I recall correctly, you weren't much of a fan.
You! The Killer!
It's wonderful to see you looking so well, Mr. Edgeworth.
What are you doing here?
It's just as I said. I'm selling cotton candy. Can I really not interest you in some parting clouds? It's called Very Apt. Sweeter than death itself, and so delicious you'll feel you're parting the clouds en route to heaven.
He's the last person on Earth I'd accept candy from.
I was hoping to ask you about my little message. Did you manage to figure it out yet? Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you?
Have you been watching us this whole time?
Watching you? No, I prefer to think I've been watching over you. The stand here really is the most marvelous little vantage point.
How are the two things any different? And what does he want with us? The president's murder. Was that you?
Oh no, my contract
collapsed a little while ago. He was rather famous among us assassins, you know. The man no one could kill, notoriously stubborn despite multiple attempts over the years. It wasn't his brawn that kept him safe. He used bodyguards, body doubles, you name it.
It certainly wasn't his brawn that kept him safe. Sadly, this time his bodyguards were nowhere to be found.
And after Mr. Rook died to save him too.
As I said, it wasn't me. I do not kill without good reason, which is something else I have to be grateful to Mr. Rook for. Thanks to him, I avoided killing someone entirely unworthy of my attention.
Thanks to... What does that mean?
The person who hired me deliberately misled me as to the identity of my target. A betrayal of trust for which I won't soon forgive them. That is why I'm currently doing all I can to track them down. And do you know what I think? I think you and I are looking for the same person.
Is he talking about whoever it was that killed the president? And who is this person, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, come now. I can't tell you that. It's against the rules. Revealing the identity of a client is out of the question. I'd hardly stay in business if people couldn't trust me now, would I? But that doesn't mean there's anything to stop me from catching up with them in my free time.
And what are you going to do when you find them?
Why, dish out a little justice for the betrayal I suffered, of course.
What? What are you saying? What's going to happen to them?
I think you can imagine.
Well, this hasn't exactly been a pleasant catch-up.
Ah, but I shouldn't leave you completely in the dark. There's something you ought to know. Our mutual friend, Bodhiyama Canis is... Oh, fuck, Our mutual friend, Bodhiyama Canis, he escaped 3 days ago.
What?
Three nights ago, to be precise. His cell was suddenly simply empty. Almost as if he knew I was coming to pay him a visit.
Wait, the killer went to visit Canis in prison? Does that mean he's the person the killer is looking for?
Now I better not take up any more of your time. We'll be seeing one another again, I'm sure. Let's both keep up the good work, shall we? We'll run our target to the ground in the end.
First the killer, now Canis. 2 assassins on the loose. Huh? That sound.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's Judge Gravel's cell phone.
Could it be Sean?
How is it going, Miles?
Whoever it is using a voice changer. Who is this?
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
Red raincoat? You're the one who abducted Kay.
Bingo. Well figured out, Mr. Genius Prosecutor.
I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. Where's the speakerphone button?
I was as surprised as anybody would lost to memory like that. Talk about the curveball.
Hey, I'm standing right here, you know.
But never mind all that. I came to talk about something else. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman winner to Little Miss Rosie Ring.
What? This must be the person the killer was talking about.
I also called to say thank you.
I neither want nor need your thanks.
Sure, but you deserve them anyway. Guess the penny didn't drop yet, huh? You're right, I abducted Kay as you put it. But why would I do that? That's right, because I needed you to help me make sure that winner got caught.
No.
If Kay was a suspect, you'd have to look into it. And if you looked into it, you'd be sure to unmask him eventually. After all, You're a genius, right? Everything worked out exactly as I planned. Oh, but there is something you should know. Something you didn't figure out yet. It wasn't Winner who kidnapped Judge Gabriel's boy.
You... How do you know about that?
You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty pally to me.
How could they possibly know about that? She didn't even use her real name when she visited. She pretended to be Detective Gumshoe.
Anyway, you don't want to know how I knew about the kidnapping. That one's nice and simple at least. Because sweet innocent little Sean is here with me right now.
What?
No!
Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. Well, okay, what do you say? Why don't you come and steal him back? Just like you said you would. You wouldn't want the amazing Yatagarasu's first commission to be a failure, would you?
Do you even know about that?
How could they possibly know so much?
Oh, don't get the wrong idea about dear old Excelsius, by the way. Papa Winner's still a villain through and through. He wanted to kidnap Shaw. I just got there first.
So there were 2 kidnapping plots?
Ooh, what a bunch of clowns. His goons kidnapped his own son by mistake.
Is Sean really there with you? Prove it! Put him on the phone!
Oh, he's here, but I'm afraid I can't do that. He's sleeping. So sweet.
Then why should we believe you? You might not be the kidnapper at all.
Look, if you don't want to believe me, that's up to you.
What do you want? What's the end game here? Are you just trying to get LaGuardia acquitted?
Nope. I couldn't care less about whether they find you guilty or not.
So whoever it is, they're not after the same thing as Chairman Winner.
My endgame is going to have to stay a secret for now. Alright, nice talking to you. You kids have fun, okay?
Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That will be half the fun. Ha! Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice very highly.
Who was that?
I wish I knew, but they didn't give us enough to figure that out. Deliberately, I imagine.
What? So we really have nothing to go on? That's unfair. They sure knew a whole lot about us.
Indeed they did. You're right. It was uncanny how much they seemed to know. How is it possible they were party to so much that happened in private?
Right? They knew everything about the whole kidnapping situation too.
We need to figure out how. Where were they getting their information from? Let's consider this carefully. What were the things they knew?
You and the good judge are more similar than you know. You might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty pallid to me. You wouldn't want the amazing Yatagarasu's first commission to be a failure, would you?
Do you even know about that?
Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces.
That's it. Based on the specifics they mentioned, there's only one possible answer. I got it, Jay. I know how they knew.
Huh? Really?
Wherever it was, they were listening on us. They must have been able to hear us somehow. It's the only possible answer.
What? Like they were eavesdropping on us?
Think about what the kidnapper said.
Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces.
If only I could see your faces. That means they couldn't, so they weren't filming or following us.
Okay, so... What, they hit a bug somewhere? Let me take a look at the stuff in my bag.
Where could they have concealed it? We need to go back to what they said again. Yes, they somehow knew about something they shouldn't have. Judge Gavel's impromptu visit and our conversation. Conversation in the visitor's room. Judge Gavel!
Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat.
What evidence did I have on my person at that point? The bug must have been hidden here.
The pen? Wait, did I have the pen the whole time? Yeah, I think I... Wait, no, they took it all from me, though. Oh, wait, no, it is on the pen. Yeah, it is on the pen.
Take that!
Okay, can I take a closer look at your badge?
The Galagrassi pen? No, it's mine! What? Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth? Sure, you're a great thief's assistant now, but that doesn't mean you get to wear the pin right away. You have to earn it.
I don't want to wear it! I want to check it for bugs!
Huh? This whole thing?
Let's take a look, shall we? There's something I've been wondering for a while now, but is this pin something you inherited or...
Nope, there wasn't one, so I made it myself.
I suppose that makes sense. It's quite flashy. I can't imagine any other thief would want to wear it.
What? You don't have to be so mean, you know.
Son of a bitch.
Huh? Whoa!
Huh, so I was right.
How did you know?
Whoever it is we're dealing with, they came into close contact with you recently.
And they knocked me unconscious, you mean?
Precisely, which made me think the bug must have been in one of your possessions. But they also overheard my conversation with Judge Gravel when she visited me. Something that would have been impossible if they didn't have the bug on my person at the time.
I get it. So you thought back to over when they let you keep hold of when they locked you up?
Yes. All the case evidence I was carrying had been confiscated. Meaning the only thing that could have possibly have been was your pin.
So they were listening to us the whole time? And they heard everything we said?
I suspect so. Everything to do with this case and more.
Wait, they're probably listening to what we're saying right now.
They may as well be, yes.
Hey, jerkface!
Kay!
Eavesdropping coward, why don't you come out and show yourself?
Huh? What was that sound?
Ow. Ouch, dang it.
Huh?
Oh, look, it's Tabby. Yeah, sure, surprising, girl. You gotta shout that loud without a word all morning. Maybe jump halfway out of my skin. Sorry. What's gotten you so ordinary anyhow? Get a load of this. Seriously, it'll make your blood boil. Yeah, well, huh? I'm all ears.
I wonder if we might be better off keeping it to ourselves, Kay. Assuming we don't want it to be all over the front page of tomorrow's paper, that is.
Oh, thanks. Barely walked into that one. Really knocked into that. Oh, come on. You're no fun at all. What's got on you to open up and spilling the beans over here over this here plaza?
I better switch off the bug before I forget.
So, did y'all find something? Did y'all find that there kidnapped kitty?
Ah, speaking of which, the child you saw being taken away. Was it this boy in this photograph?
Huh? No, that ain't him. The kid I saw looked dumber in mud. He even did have some fancy school uniform. No prize for guessing who she means.
Huh, so Miss Lloyd managed to confuse matters once again. I think we better take another look around. Back to square one. Hopefully we'll turn up some new information soon. Oh, there are only 20 minutes left until 2. Are we going to make it in time?
Wait, Mr. Edgeworth. I just had a thought. It's about that phone call. There was a weird noise in the background, right?
There was? The bang. Don't think for a second you'll get away with this.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. It'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly high.
Wait, she's right. We heard a loud bang right at the end. That provide a hint as to where the kidnapper's location.
Allow bang, you say? I see.
God, would you stop eavesdropping?
Boy, you'll never get any curlier, do you, Ruffles?
I guess I'll need to speak with Miss Lloyd too, much as I don't want to.
How about that? A little help from little old me, and you made a giant leap closer to solving the case. Well, sir, sure, by closer you mean we wound up going after the completely wrong kidnap victim.
She must have barely looked at the photo at all.
Oh, really? And here I thought I'd given y'all the tip of the century. My bad.
It's not your fault. It's ours for putting trust in unreliable sources. We're just gonna learn not to do that again.
Hey, that ain't nice. I'm gonna give you no tips at all, you know, and I won't. I'm gonna give. Not even gonna be like that. Alright, fine. Maybe it's just one. But only because I got a real scoop for y'all this time.
A real scoop, huh? This should be good. Fine. I'm not expecting much, but you got my attention. What is this scoop of yours?
Proof, that's what. Proof that Taurosaurus, it really is real.
Alright. Okay, we're leaving.
Whoa, wait. I ain't lying, I swear. Sure, it's hard to believe, but it's true.
I don't have time for this. But we also don't have much time else to go on, I suppose. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big beastly breathing fire is what I captured.
I was hoping for something a little better than that.
Hey, don't make that face, dang it. I ain't lying. Listen for yourself and tell me that ain't true. Alright, ready? It's fire breathing time, dang nabbit. There. Well, it's kinda hard to tell over the shouting, but it could have been something breathing fire, maybe?
Tell me, Miss Lloyd, did you see this fire-breathing something with your own eyes?
Well, not exactly with my eyes as such. Being as how I wasn't precisely close by when it happened.
Surely the real Taurosaurus would be pretty hard to miss no matter how far away you were standing.
Well, see, I was far away but also recording via what you might call non-standard means.
Huh. Would you mind explaining what you mean by that?
Yeah, I really dug myself a hole here, huh? See, I might could have rigged me up a little wireless intercept, hoping to do a little scoop detecting. That's so sad. Poor insect.
Not an insect, Kay. An intercept. She was listening out for radio signals. That allowed her to listen in on any nearby transmissions.
Me and Chief has been down here at the big building sniffing around these last couple of days.
Looking to Miss Hart's tip about the underground auction, I assume. Which would mean that you've been listening in on all the radio signals in the area, too.
Sure have. Which is how I wound up hearing most thunderous, ear-splitting noise you'd ever hear. Did hear. The power of food, the electricity in the air. This was it. Taurosaurus at last. You made up everything except the roaring sound, didn't you?
The long and short of it is you didn't actually see anything, correct?
Yeah, I don't need to see things. I'm alright, you hear? Anyhow, I kept listening till down the line comes. Your pal there's voice hollering fit to beat the band. Eavesdropping coward! Why did you come and show yourself?
Huh? What was that sound? Huh. Our apologies for that. I'm sure Jay didn't mean to bowl you over with her little outburst. I'm sure it was as shocking because you didn't hear it. I'm sure it was as shocking as it was because you didn't hear it directly. It came through your headphones while you were listening to the signal from the bug, didn't it?
What? Are you saying she planted it? Hey, come on now, I ain't into no bugging. Just a little hot-hearted intercepting is all.
Would you mind if we borrowed the tape of what you recorded, Miss Lloyd?
Ah, do what you dang well, please. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Saint, Miss Berry.
How's the search going? Did you find him? Not yet. Poor Sean. Sean? Oh, nothing. Just a slip of the tongue.
I guess they still don't know about the kidnapping. We did manage to find Eustace, yes.
You did? That's great. Thanks so much. Now maybe they won't arrest me again. You're amazing, Mr. Edward. How did you find Prosecutor Winter? With some serious investigative magic, that's how.
It was pure luck, actually, but never mind.
You didn't even need our help, huh? That's not true. Thanks so much for joining in on the search. Where did you look, by the way? Oh, this place a little way called Sunshine Coliseum. Do you know it?
Sunshine Coliseum? That's over by the harbor.
There were a whole bunch of people there for a big event. We thought it might be worth a look. You mean like a festival? Oh, that sounds fun. Wish I could have gone and checked it out. Yeah, it was super fun. There were food stands and fireworks. Simeon didn't like the crowds much, but... Hey, you don't have to tell him that. Okay, alright, it's decided. When this case is finally over, we're all going to the festival together. It's kinda lucky you found Prosecutor Winter so quickly.
Lucky? In what way?
We have to go practice soon, for the show. We wouldn't have been able to help for much longer anyway.
I see. I'm sorry to have kept you from your duties at the circus.
Oh no, it's nothing to worry about really. We were glad to help. I'll do anything if it helps make sure they don't arrest me again. You really helped me out by finding him. I'm so relieved. Of course, just because they found him, that doesn't mean they'll find Warden LeGuire guilty. What? You mean they might still throw me back in jail? No, I can't go back, I can't.
Come on, Kay. Do you really have to torment the poor boy?
Me and my friends went out looking. But you beat us to it. No fair.
Her friends? I guess she means the animals. Today's the first public performance of your new show, correct?
Yep, it sure is. We practiced so hard for this one.
Wait, so Mr. Saint will be performing too?
Of course! He practiced harder than anybody. Even if he did spend the whole time saying no. He went up to the balloon to spread out the word from the sky. So you have to come and see him perform, okay? It'll mean so much to him.
Of course. Assuming we can solve the case before then. Did you say that you enlisted the help of the animals in your search?
Yep. And if it had been a Zeon Regent, we might have found something. But Simeon, the big secret guy, was all no, and put a stop to that. So boring.
Huh, if it weren't for Mr. Saint, the whole town would have probably been in uproar right now.
Oh, come on, Simeon. Why would you do that? Setting the whole circus on loose on the city would have been super fun. I'm sorry to you too, Mr. Edward. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one person who didn't say anything. The fucking kidnapper was at the Coliseum. Mr. Saint, you mentioned fireworks before.
Huh? Fireworks?
Yes, at the event of the Coliseum. Were they setting them off during daylight hours?
Oh yeah, a bunch of them went off while we were there. What are you thinking, Mr. Edgeworth?
The loud bang we heard. What if that was a firework?
Huh?
Don't think for a second you'll get away with this.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'd be half the fun. Now that'll make your chances of bringing me to justice particularly high.
For the bang to be clearly audible over the telephone, it must have been pretty loud.
Which means fireworks, which means the Coliseum. So the kidnapper was there, right? But how near? If the fireworks were that loud, you would probably hear them from a pretty far away.
Yes, the area we need to search would be too broad to even consider doing it ourselves. But the police were to lend a hand.
And speaking of which... Wait, was he hiding behind the taxi?
Stop, Gummy! Why are you running away from us?
Was he watching from behind the taxi?
Detective Gumshoe?
Well, you gave up your bed, sir. I didn't know what to do with myself.
You stay right where you are, Detective.
So I thought, if you weren't going to be a prosecutor anymore, maybe I shouldn't be a detective either. But I was wrong. But even if you're not around, I'll always be a detective. My job will always be to investigate crimes. And us detectives don't just investigate when prosecutors ask us to. We have to be able to look into stuff ourselves too.
Is that what you were doing just now?
And back then too.
You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information.
Detective Gumshoe did that. So Rosie Ringer's autopsy report.
When I went down to the detention center to see how Kay was doing,
When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth, you make it, little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer. That's the truth I created. Grr. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see.
You overheard that?
yeah, so I went back and looked over the evidence. I dug out a little something that I thought might help.
No way, Gummy, you're the best. I'd be in prison right now if it wasn't for you.
My pleasure, kid. Good to see you got your memory back, by the way.
Thanks.
So anyway, like I said, I'm investigating stuff myself for these days. And that's that.
Wait, Gummy, don't run off again. We get it. You can look into stuff for yourself now. That's great. And it helped me right when I needed the most.
But right now, we need you to work with us. I'm no longer a prosecutor, or indeed anything, but we're investigating a case regardless. And I ask you this, not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Detective Gumshoe, will you help us?
Aw, stop it, sir. You're killing me here.
Come on, Gummy.
Alright, I'll do it. Just stop bowing and being nice to me, okay? It's weird.
Gummy!
Thank you, Detective.
So, what do you need?
Can you tell us what you've discovered in the course of your investigations, Detective?
Yes, sir. Sure I can. Alright, I got 3 big things to tell you. Here goes. Number 1, I got some results from you when forensics looked at Kay's clothes. They found traces of what looked to be a powerful sedative. That was, 3 Z's.
I guess that's what she was drugged with at Gourd Lake, before she was taken to the roof of the big building.
Sure seems that way. Now for number 2, I got a hold of the footage from that security camera in front of the big building elevator.
The camera that captured President Wong and Judge Neville that night. The elevator is usually the only way of getting up onto the roof, correct? And therefore anyone using it should have been caught on camera.
That's right. So winding the tape back to 2 nights ago, we should have been able to see Kay being carried up there while she was out cold.
And? Did you spot me, Gummy?
I watched it all on fast forward. Everything from 2 days ago to the end.
Yes, and?
Nothing. No sign of Kay anywhere.
I thought it was too good to be true. So how did the kidnapper get up there? I think we'll need to look into that in a little more detail. And the last item on your list?
Yes, sir. This is the big one. The 3rd thing I have to tell you is, it's great to be working with you again. I'll help you catch this perp, and if it's the last thing I do. And that about wraps it up.
I put you through a lot, Detective. But that doesn't mean I can start going easy on you. That's the big one, as you put it. It doesn't even have to do with the case. I would have preferred something of practical use.
No mercy, huh? Guess I shouldn't have expected any less. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth.
A boy has been kidnapped. We need your help to find him.
Kidnapped?
Yes. His name is Sean Fenn.
Oh, wait. The kid with the horns?
Huh? You know him?
I saw him earlier today.
You mean this morning?
Yeah, he got off that bus over there, and then he walked off towards the garbage disposal area.
Where's that?
Just over there. It's where all the officers in the big building put their trash before it gets taken away.
Where he went after that, I couldn't tell you. I had to leave right around the end.
I think we better take a closer look at this garbage disposal area.
So Sean walked off in this direction, huh?
It would seem so, yes. Perhaps we should find some clues here as to his current whereabouts. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Like this milk! This milk carton.
That's the same brand Sean drinks.
Something happened to him here. I'm almost certain of it. Oops. Oh, I clicked out of it on accident. Oops. The trash is collected at 11 AM. I guess that's why the enclosure is empty.
There was a ton of stuff here earlier. Big stuff too.
Today must be the day they take the big stuff away.
Today's the day they must take the big stuff away.
Yeah, sure looked that way.
I bet the big squishy machine squished it all up good anyhow.
They don't do that with the larger items. They just take them away as they are.
They do, huh? How do you even know that, sir?
Wait, Mr. Fender's pretty keen for you to join him, right? I bet he sent you some kind of pamphlet about how to throw your stuff away when you move office.
You're spookily insightful sometimes, Kay. But only sometimes. Based on what we've seen and what Detective Gumshoe told us, I think there's a strong possibility that Sean was abducted from the garbage disposal area.
Yeah, it's kind of out of the way of prying eyes, huh? But why would Sean even come here in the first place?
I imagine he must have had something to dispose of.
But the truck's already come and gone. Guess we'll never know what that something was now. So they keep it locked up tight, huh?
Guess they don't want non-residents disposing of their trash here.
It's totally empty.
Yes, because the garbage was just collected.
You think? Or did somebody steal it all? I smell a crime here, Mr. Edgeworth.
I certainly smell something as well. But is it really the scent of a crime? Only 2 vehicles came through here this morning. The taxi and the blue truck.
And Eustace was taken away in the taxi.
Right. Well, it seems that Sean was likely abducted from the garbage disposal area. And if the garbage was collected at 11 AM...
Oh, I get it. Now we know what kind of truck it was.
Indeed. It must have been the garbage truck. But the police officer who told us about it didn't describe it as such. He only mentioned the fact that it was blue.
Heh, some cop he was. How did he not even notice it was one of those cool trash squishing machines?
Because it wasn't. Today isn't a regular garbage day. It's the day they collect larger items, for which they wouldn't use a specialized garbage truck, just a regular truck like any other. But it wasn't a garbage truck, but it was a garbage truck nonetheless. And where did garbage trucks go?
To the dump, right?
Wait a second. So you're saying that the kidnapper disguised themselves as a trash collector? But then the truck would have probably have been fake too, right? So maybe they didn't go to the dump.
No. I'm reasonably sure that the garbage truck was real.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Another look at the garbage disposal area should tell us. What tells us that the garbage truck must have been real?
Take that!
Oh no. Wait. You're saying that's... Oh, oops.
Proof that the garbage truck was real!
Oh wait, no. Empty space. Right.
Yeah, I jumped the gun there. My bad.
Take that!
Oh my god, they're so picky. They want me to pick the lock, didn't they? Oh my god, really? Oh my god, they're so fucking picky. Yes, the lock. Oh my god. The garbage disposal area is kept locked.
Oh yeah, so only a real garbage collector and a real garbage truck could have opened it.
Precisely. The garbage truck can't have been a fake. Perhaps whoever abducted Sean put him in a large cardboard box they prepared for the job. Now mixed that amongst the other oversized items.
And the garbage collector would have taken it away, no questions asked.
Exactly. Allowing the kidnapper to await the truck's arrival at the garbage processing facility. They could then claim to have thrown the box away by mistake and collected without incident.
Alright, so where do they take the garbage after it leaves here?
Let's see. Looks like we have two possibilities.
But which of the garbage processing facilities was Sean taken to? I mean, pretty obvious. Have we found anything that might serve as a clue? So based on the loud bang we heard on the phone call, we know that the kidnapper was somewhere in the vicinity of the Sunshine Coliseum.
And one of the garbage facilities is right by there too.
I think it's likely that's where Sean was taken, which means the kidnappers must be holding him somewhere near there. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
Could I ask you and your men to search the area around the garbage facility?
It's not like you to ask, sir. It's a little flat if I'm totally being honest. Why don't you give me a good old-fashioned order, huh? Like you used to.
You don't mind? Even though I'm not a prosecutor anymore?
But I told you already. A detective investigates for himself, not just for prosecutors.
Thank you.
Mr. Edgeworth, we're almost out of time.
You're right. We need to hurry. I doubt Judge Gravel and the others can hold out much longer. I'm counting on you, Detective Gumshoe.
I will let you down, sir. It won't be an official search, but I'll put my best guys on it. You can count on that.
I'm coming too, Gummy. I promise I snatched Sean from the jaws of danger, and that's what I'm going to do.
I'll head back to the courthouse. Who knows? I may be able to drag proceedings out just a little longer.
Alright, with me, everybody. Even the depths of night.
Ah, it's already striking 2. There isn't a moment to lose.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I didn't finish. When no other prepares to take flight.
April 6. 2:16 p.m. District Court, courtroom, number 3.
Well, if it isn't our old friend ex-prosecutor Edgeworth. Hello, dear boy.
How did you regrow all of your hair? Or rather, you must have just gotten a new wig. Excelsior's winner.
The accused will turn and face the prosecution. I'm not done with you yet. I already told you, Franziska. It doesn't make any sense. Why would I help her? I feel for her, of course. A woman in her prime sent to prison. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But to suppress evidence in order to keep her out of a jail cell? No, that's preposterous.
Objection!
But we have a statement from your own son. He says he entrusted the evidence to your care. I'm afraid I don't know what he's talking about. Or why he says such a thing. I don't know what's gotten into him lately.
Objection!
What if I could prove that you and Warden LaGuardia are much more closely associated than you claim?
I'm sorry. Prove? I think we've been over this, dear boy. You are an ex-prosecutor, remember? Are you even allowed in this part of the courtroom anymore? Miles Edgeworth! I'm the one prosecuting this case. What are you thinking, barging in like this?
I'm sorry, Franziska, but it's important. May I speak on behalf of the prosecution just briefly?
What are you doing?
Judge Gravel, I come before the court with important new evidence. I ask that you allow me to present it.
Oh, have you lost your mind, dear boy? There's no way this can be allowed.
Objection!
Well, it depends, hopes you'll let him, G. Just saying. What's the thinking on over the prosecution side there, Fandango?
Fine. The prosecution has no objections.
Objection!
Your objections are neither here nor there. This isn't a democracy, this is a courtroom. And this is flagrant contempt, isn't that right, Verity?
No, as long as Sean's still missing, she'll feel like she has no choice but to go along with whatever Winter wants. If only there was some way of telling her he might be found at any moment. Judge Gravel, I would ask only this, that you trusted me and my assistant just this once.
Speaking of which, where's Kay Faraday?
She's currently searching for the most important piece of evidence for the most important piece of evidence of all.
Objection.
Nonsense. There is no evidence to be found. You're just stalling for time.
Objection.
The most important piece of evidence of all, eh? Hey, gee, I don't know what this evidence is, but maybe we should trust in Ma's little pal. What do you say? I mean, I say little pal, but she's way more than that. She's the one and only Great Big Yadagarasi.
It seems Fender has sensed what I'm getting at least. Judge DeVille, the evidence I'm talking about, we're almost certain we know where it is. Kay is only moments away from snatching it from the jaws of danger.
Very well. This is highly irregular, but I'll allow it.
Oh, you have my thanks, jeez.
Have you all gone completely mad?
You said you had important new evidence. Evidence of what exactly?
Just what I said, that Warden LaGuard and Chairman Winner are far better acquainted than he claims. Allow me to present it to you. What proves the link between Excelsius Winters and Vivi LaGuard? Oops, I almost pressed present for a moment. Whoops! I almost pushed the wrong button. Whoopsies!
Take that.
This document is a report regarding the interrogation of a certain someone.
Oh yeah? And who might that be?
The late Mr. Bronco Knight. And the interrogation was to be carried out by none other than Warden LaGuard.
Wait, is that the interrogation where...
Yes, where Knight was killed. This document shows Warden LaGuard planning the interrogation in which Mr. Knight was murdered.
This is indeed important evidence.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, you refer to the document in question as a report. Would you care to elaborate to whom this report was addressed?
It's a very good question, Miss Von Karma. And the answer is the most important new revelation of all. We discovered this document was from a safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the big building.
That's the storeroom where the lots of for the underground auction were kept.
It is. An auction, if you recall, that was presided over by one Excelsius Winner. And that is to whom the report in question was addressed. Do you still mean to insist that you and Warden LaGuard barely knew one another?
I'll refrain from commenting on that matter for the moment if you don't mind.
What?
I don't believe it's been conclusively proven that I was the auctioneer yet, has it?
Huh. Have you forgotten the events of this morning already? I think I proved that the fact more than adequately.
I'll admit defeat in that particular arena, yes. But that was not the courtroom. Can you prove the same thing here, my boy? That I was the ringleader, did you call it? If you can't, then, well, you certainly can't prove that the report was addressed to me.
You won't wriggle your way out of this one.
So unfair. Tell him Verity, please. I'm not being slippy at all. I'm being entirely reasonable, wouldn't you say? Unlike you when you permitted Mr. Edgeworth this bizarre interlude that was most unlike you. It's saddening, truly it is, to see you failing in your sacred duties to the law. Almost saddening enough to make me want to take drastic measures.
He still thinks he has her boy.
You're right, of course. Until a fact has been adequately proven in the courtroom, it cannot be considered a fact. I'm afraid I have no choice but to ask that Mr. Edgeworth's theory be struck from the record.
It's not good. She has to know for certain that Sean is safe.
I'm sorry, my boy, but what counts as truth out in the field and in the courtroom are two different things.
And you're more than willing to bend the truth in the courtroom. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, you're a scurrilous soul. A scurrilous soul. I'll do no such thing. I'll simply accept the court's verdict as the truth. Should it choose to acquit me, as should you.
If we can't find that missing evidence, we're in trouble here.
Well, Verity, I think we heard all about all we need to, don't you? There's no way that evidence is turning up, ever. But a quick not guilty, and we all can go home.
Objection!
It's Eustace.
Who said that? Dad. Eustace. What are you doing here? Mr. Winter, what is the meaning of this? And where have you been? You can't just abandon your duties like that. I'm sorry. You are unfit to be a prosecutor. You are a complete and utter disgrace. Why, Eustace? Why can you not get into your head? This is no place for an incompetent fool like you. And I brought some vital evidence. So, can I please take my place at the prosecutor's bench? Really, please?
Well, Eustace. This is certainly a surprise.
Objection!
Oh, Eustace, my boy, what's gotten into you? There's something different about you. What's going on? Dad, Come on, my boy, spit it out. What is it? Do you want Daddy to play catch with you? That is, isn't it? All right. Why don't you run along home, and I'll be with you soon. Get back on the stand right now. What's got it into you, child? You're shaking like a leaf.
Objection!
Judge Gravel, the prosecutor in charge has arrived along with important new evidence. This trial is far from over. Surely you can't call it end to proceedings just yet.
No objections from team defense. Only wish we could have our original team captain say that herself, though. The prosecution has no objections either. You think this farce is going to continue? There's no chance of that. None at all. Isn't that right, Verity?
He still thinks he was successful in his bid to kidnap Sean, but we know different. Sadly, as long as this boy remains missing, nothing changes. Judge Gravel's hands are still tied. She's freaking out. Oh shit.
That sound.
That's her cell phone. Huh? Mine is also ringing.
Whoa, I'm getting a call too. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Fender! We found Sean! We found Sean! Detective, you did it! The most important piece of evidence of all, huh? That's some stellar work, your great leapiness. Thanks. We just thought you should know right away. See you all soon.
Judge Gravel, it's for you.
Hello? Yes, I understand. I'm so glad you're safe. Be sure to thank everybody properly. You'll do that for me, won't you? Alright, be careful. I'll see you back at home. The proceedings will continue. I feel a certain freedom returning to my hammer arm.
Grr, no! How? Is this some idiotic joke?
It is no such thing. The witness will return to the stand, and Mr. Winner will step up to the prosecutor's bench. Yes, ma'am.
Tag in, tag out.
Eustace Winner. Yeah? I leave matters into your hands. Huh? Facing down your father, this won't be easy. I'll be looking on with interest.
Don't disappoint me. Very well. Is the prosecution ready to proceed? Mr. Winner, you mentioned some evidence that you wish to present to the court.
Yeah, so, the knife and the chisel.
Whoa, you tracked down the missing murder magics? The murder magics?
Well, Mr. Winner, did you?
About that, no, I couldn't find them. I searched everywhere, but I was too late.
Too late?
How so?
I remembered something. I saw Dad in the garage this morning. He was carrying something wrapped in a newspaper. Where are you going, Dad?
Oh, Eustace, I was, just on my way to throw out some trash.
And then I heard this tinkling sound.
Tinkling, huh? Let me guess.
The bell from Mr. Canis, the bell from Mr. Canis's chisel.
You mean to tell the court that you believe the witness disposed of the evidence?
I tried my best, but I was too late. I'm sorry.
You say you looked everywhere. Everywhere where?
Literally everywhere. I even went to the dome. I got down on my hands and knees and dug through the garbage. I figured that the stuff had to be out there somewhere.
Wait, that's Eustace?
Hey, what are you doing here?
Ah!
Rude, he totally ignored me.
So that's what he was doing. And he even went as far as to search the dump.
All I found was this.
And this is a little pungent for one thing.
Yeah, and you're a little on the ripe side yourself, kiddo. I can smell you from here.
What do you expect?
And the knife?
It's probably somewhere among all that trash. But there was too much to go through on my own.
Very well. The court will accept the item you have presented into evidence.
Oh, you really have outdone yourself, Eustace. You never fail to disappoint, dear boy. You dug through rotting garbage with your bare hands, and that's all you have to show for it. You drive me to tears. Really, you do.
Objection!
Might be a little too soon to turn on the waterworks just yet, Dad. Let's take a closer look first.
If you wish to waste your time, be my guest.
Hey, Eustace, Miles, do this devastatingly handsome old defense attorney a favor, will you? Hit this guy full face with the truth.
It seems Fender's on board. Good. Then let's see if we can't find an opening. Mr. Winter, could you show me the piece of evidence you found?
Oh, sure.
Let's open it up, shall we? We can only hope there's something of value inside. Could this be the bell that was on Mr. Canis's chisel? Perhaps there's some trace of evidence that could prove one way or another.
It's still good. Look at it. It's spotless.
Well, Mr. Winner?
Do tell, was there anything interesting inside your little scrap of paper? Of course there wasn't. Why would there be? Why was it even accepted into evidence? It's literally a piece of trash. Sorry, gentlemen, but the truth hurts.
Were Eustace's efforts for nothing? It's true the bell may not have been much use to us as evidence. Nonetheless.
Come on, Edward. We can't give up yet.
Has the carbon collected as ever, I see, Miles. Unlike my poor idiot son then.
Are we to assume that the prosecution has nothing more to say on the matter? Very well.
Objection!
Not so fast, Cavell. We're not done yet. There's one thing we still haven't looked at properly.
Really, my boy? Do you want us to believe there's more? Desperation's never a good look, you know.
It seems Eustace isn't quite ready to give up just yet. And for once I think we're both thinking the same thing. Namely, that we might not necessarily be dealing with a useless piece of trash. We can't know for sure without looking more closely, but if I'm right, we're talking about The newspaper.
I'm talking about the piece of newspaper the bell was wrapped in.
Seems we really were thinking the same thing.
Ah, it's beautiful. Really, it is. Tear-jerkily so. Some might call it a heroic optimism, some might call it clutching at straws. But whatever one calls it, to put all one's faith in one worthless piece of garbage, that takes belief.
Let's take a closer look and see if it's as worthless as you say, shall we? Eustace, if you would be so kind.
Wait. There we go.
Are these finger marks?
And look, it's covered in some sort of oil.
Judge Davell, I'd like to have this examined for fingerprints. Could I request that you call on somebody from forensics?
Very well. Summon a technician right away.
I have the results, Your Honor. It's been confirmed. These are finger marks. Unfortunately, it looks like they were made by somebody wearing gloves.
No! Oh dear, well that doesn't give you very much the way of evidence, does it? In the way of evidence. But I suppose it makes sense if you think about it. After all, this was important evidence. And what kind of idiot would handle something like that without gloves on? Oh, that's right. The kind that would flail about desperately like you, my boy.
Wow, way to talk to your kids, Super Dad.
I'm merely calling a spade, or in this case, an idiot. Real winners know how to keep their emotions out of things. And take no pity on the weak and the foolish, including their own ineffective offspring. Dad! You spent the last who knows how long proclaiming yourself to be the prize-winning prosecutor. But thanks to my little pep talk this morning, you finally know exactly how those prizes were won. It was all thanks to me. Thanks to the power I wield. You've never stood on your own 2 feet. You've always been coddled. First by me, then by Verity. Oh, dry your garbage-smelling tears. Garbage-smelling? Not that it's a stench that doesn't suit you. Even if it does make me turn up my own nose in disgust.
Objection!
No, you're wrong. I am, my boy. Wrong about what? I'm not the one that smells. You are! What did you say? What did you say? Yeah, you smell, and you don't even realize it. You couldn't hide it even if you wanted to. Edgeworth, take a sniff, right where the finger marks are.
You want me to smell it? Is that oil?
Yep, and I know where it came from.
Wait, I know it from somewhere too. It smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winter Senior must be something of a motorhead.
That odor tells us something. Something important. It tells exactly who threw this piece of evidence away. But, I guess my dad's right. I guess I'll never be a real winner. I'll never be able to keep my emotions out of things. And I'll never be able to stand up to him, no matter what he's done.
Eustace. Be strong, Eustace. Remember what you told me. You said you were going to be different from your father. A different kind of prosecutor. And you are a prosecutor. We both are. That's why we're standing here in this courtroom. A prosecutor's highest responsibility is to the truth, to see that it comes to light no matter what. We expose crimes and we see that their perpetrators are punished, no matter who they may be. So if you truly mean to continue as a prosecutor, you know what you have to do. I made you a promise. I said if you could summon the courage to find your feet again, I'd help you. This isn't something you should have to do alone. I'm here. I'm right beside you.
Thanks, Edgeworth. You're right. Those finger marks tie my dad to this crime. We just need to show everybody how.
The gloves. The smell you pointed out to me, Eustace, is the smell of engine oil, isn't it? Motorcycle oil, even.
Yup, and we both smelled it before in the same place.
Yes, in Chairman Winner's garage. What's more, these finger marks feature some distinctive patterns, don't they? The outlines of the letters D, E, A, T, and H. The same letters that appear on the fingers of these gloves.
Oh ho ho. Gloves can be bought in any store. How does that prove anything, dear boy?
How indeed.
That's not the only thing that connects your gloves to the piece of newspaper we found.
Let's look again at the scrap of paper the bell was wrapped in. And compared to the gloves we found in Chairman Winner's garage, there's a feature that undeniably connects the two.
The dirt?
Take that!
Oh fuck, nope, that's not it. Oops. Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, hold on, sorry. Oh, the marks. D-E-A, okay. I won't be so sure about that. Oh no.
Take that!
Look at the letter A on the finger. Half of it is missing, exactly as it is in the fingerprint and the print on the newspaper.
What?
I would also like to draw the court's attention to the dirt the gloves are covered in. I think it might be worth having its composition compared to the dirt on the newspaper. A match would make it for even stronger evidence that the print was made by Chairman Winner's gloves.
Officer, have the dirt on the two pieces of evidence compared right away.
Ugh, curse you, Edgeworth, and you, Eustace. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but mere prosecutors. Sorry, Dad. I think it's time you admitted defeat. You suppressed vital evidence, and we just proved that in a court of law. And you did it to try and protect the defendant. What? Do you think you're going to be able to make that stick? You think they'll send me to prison? Me? You think you will be the one to finally take me down? You're a fool, a child, a fool.
Objection!
Just give it up, Dad. Admit what you did.
Objection!
You think you'll stand a chance without me around? You won't last 5 minutes. You know what? I think I might be okay. All I ever wanted was to become a prosecutor, to make you proud. But after your men kidnapped me, and I was lying there in the dark all on my own, I got to thinking how powerless I was in all of this because of you. I almost gave up. I almost lost sight of the truth. But then Edgeworth appeared out of nowhere and showed me a way forward. I don't need your approval anymore, and I don't need you! After all, I found that evidence all on my own, didn't I? My men kidnapped you? What are you talking about?
Objection!
I guess the courtroom is as good a place as any to tell you the truth, Dad. Be careful what you say to me, boy. You may live to regret it. You're a fool, Eustace, and you'll always will be. I know you hated me for as long as I can remember, but I wanted you to know that despite it all, I've always looked up to you as my dad. Thanks for everything, Excelsius. And goodbye. You! When did you? You need me, dang it! You can't possibly survive without me, Eustace!
And then he burned all of his hair off again.
The court hereby accepts that vital evidence in this case was suppressed by Chairman Winner. That crime will be tried and appropriate and appropriate punishment decided at a future date. But for now we must turn to the matter of the knife and the chisel, which still have not been found. However, I believe a full search of the garbage facility may well remedy that.
What? You're going to dig through all that trash for the knife, darling? But then...
Don't worry, Warden Leguard. I'm sure your punishment won't be too unpleasant.
Oh, you devil! Me? Punish moi? Impossible! Excelsior blabbering about fool! What did you do? What did you do? What do you smite me and bluster about how they never declare me guilty and now this? You were the one they went after. You're the one I went to after they arrested me because you made me believe I could trust you. And now only you did you kidnap a child. Not only you did you kidnap a child, you...
Oh, I skipped on accident.
You faithless, useless idiot of a man!
An unsightly outburst, to say the least. But an informative one, too, would you say, Eustace?
Yeah, she really let some juicy info slip there, right? She did, right?
Yes, she did. You really need to work on your confidence.
Very well, and it seems we may be able to bring these proceedings to an end at least.
Knuckle back!
What? What?
Huh? Who's that?
Sorry, Judge Javelle. Your happy ending will have to wait. Like this is, the end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter.
Who are you?
Just a lowly lone wolf investigator by the name of Shilong Lang.
Now you have some sort of objection to these proceedings, I take it?
Huh, not really. Your suspect over there is guilty for sure. Guiltier than you know.
Lang? Like from 12 years ago?
Yup. Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming for you.
Agent Lang, explain yourself.
Are you familiar with the SS5 incident? I certainly am. It happened 12 years back.
Wait, 12 years?
Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, my family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit.
I wonder what happened 12 years ago. Could this all be connected to Agent Lang's father and his relationship with the president somehow?
Fifi Leguard, an Excelsius winner. In the flesh. I've waited a long time for this day. After all, you're the ones who threw my family's name into the dirt.
Are we to assume you have some personal connection to the incident in question?
I do, but I'm not here to talk about the past. Not yet, anyhow. Right now I'm here for you, Cavell. Me? You and one other person.
Sean!
You're both under arrest. On suspicion of having conspired to murder Dijon Wang, president of Zhengfa.
Where is your evidence, Agent Lang?
All in good time, Mr. Prosecutor. We haven't even started our investigation yet. I want my suspects on the scene with me while I look through everything over again.
What have you uncovered, Agent Lang? I need to know.
If you got a problem, you're more than willing to tag along.
Oh, believe me, I will. The end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. We certainly haven't come anywhere close to solving the mystery of the president's murder, or uncovering the truth behind these so-called monster sightings.
Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you on at least trying to track me down. It'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly.
Or figuring out who that was on the phone. Yes, I'd say the matter is far from over yet.
And I'm gonna have to end it here.
because we've been going on it for about 5 hours now. So farewell for now, and we'll continue in the next case. Also, I'm getting hungry, and I don't want to end up starving myself to the point where I just am incapable of deducing anything in the game. So farewell for now.